In the spring of 1986, my family and I moved into a small 3-bedroom house in northern Minnesota. I was 4 years old. This was a big deal for my parents. It was their first real home. They didn't have stellar credit, but they were able to purchase the home through contract for deed. The middle-aged couple they bought it from did mention that they believed the house was haunted. Supposedly, an old lady passed away in the home. According to the prior owners, you could still hear her rocking chair creaking on quiet nights. I didn't find out about this until long after we moved away from the home. Being the eldest, I was able to get my own room in the basement. I wasn't accustomed to being so far away from Mum and Dad, yet I don't recall it bothering me. They were right up the stairs, through the kitchen and down the hall. Regardless of that fact, I began suffering from night terrors. This went on for around 6 months, according to my mother. She's always been short of astonished by my memory as a young child, so she tells me. Most of the night terrors were just bad dreams or waking up in the dark, feeling isolated and scared. I remember fabricating dreadful faces out of cheap wood paneling. It came naturally. Everything was a monster. One particular night sticks out in my mind. It always will. It started out pleasant enough. I was dreaming. I can see Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and Goofy. They're all swimming at our local beach. My dad's driving by slowly in his '82 Chevy Caprice station wagon. I press my face to the window, praying Dad will stop. My brother, seated next to me, sees what I see. We plead with Dad to stop. He promptly says no. Of course, Mom backs him up. My dream of Disney characters at the beach is suddenly interrupted by singing. As my eyes open, I slowly realize it was a dream. I remember wanting to go back to the dream so desperately. Donald Duck was my favourite. I became distracted by the darkness. Everything was as dark as the blackest night imaginable. Where's the singing coming from? It took me a moment to adjust to the reality that I was awake. That dreadful singing remained. I couldn't make out the words to the uncanny melody. I can't help but wonder now if it was another language. It wasn't a pleasant song being sung. Was it a cry for help? I was facing the wall and my curiosity was getting the best of me. I decided to turn my head towards the sound. What I witnessed in the closet just across from my bed made me freeze in absolute terror. There, in my closet, sat a woman. The look on her face was one of confusion or fear. She didn't look directly at me. Her eyes were wide, but staring off into the corner of my room. Her body illuminated in a shining light, which made her orange hair shimmer. The light also made her entire body visible in an otherwise pitch-black room. She was wearing an old-fashioned dress, slightly overweight, and in a sitting position. What was she sitting on? I don't know. I couldn't look anymore. The sight terrified me. I turned to face the wall again. I needed to leave the room, but I was frozen in fear. If I got up to run, she would certainly see me. Would she chase me? I had to escape. Mum and Dad were right upstairs. Without looking at her again, I sprung up and out of bed, then bolted out of my room. I didn't look back, even as I ran up the stairs. With every stair I climbed, I imagined my feet being grabbed. Would she drag me back to that hell in my room? My poor parents were awakened by my shrieking cries. Mum was concerned and Dad appeared upset and a little annoyed as I relayed the horrors that played out in my room. I held my mum's hand all the way back down the stairs. We made it to my room. I refused to go in. Dad clicked on the light. She was gone. No sign of her. I refused to sleep in that room and was allowed to sleep on the floor of my parents' room for the rest of the night. Shortly after this experience, my parents had me move in with my brother in the neighbouring room. I never saw her again. I investigated that closet a few times over the years. I recalled cleaning it out in a desperate attempt to find evidence of her existence. Maybe she left something behind. I wish I knew who she was or what she wanted. When I was younger, I used to fantasize of asking God about the secrets of the universe. I confess I still do. The lady in the closet is no exception. I adore the couple that live next door. A duplex, our homes are connected. And over the last few years, I could hear the poor guy coughing or heaving from my bathroom all the time. Our bathrooms must be next to each other. He was very ill. I knew it was him, and always felt bad hearing someone's private bathroom suffering. Never told him this. No way. He passed away a few months ago, but occasionally I can still hear him. She still lives there, and we talk. I know, there's no other male that lives with this widow, or visits. It's 100% not her, and it's the identical sound I grew accustomed to all these years. When someone's heaving, you sort of hear their voice, I guess. And this is not just a male, this is his voice. I wouldn't dare tell her, 1, I can hear sounds from their bathroom, or 2, that I believe I can hear him, and 3, that it sounds like the suffering cough and heaving I've heard for years. I'm sure there's a rational explanation. I don't know what I believe, but I don't like the thought of him still suffering. Anyway, I miss him. He was such a treasure. I try to check up on her and help her often. I miss you, BR. Please rest in peace. You are free from suffering now. I couldn't tell you exactly how old I was when I had my first supernatural experience, but I'm guessing I was somewhere between 7 and 9 years of age. I was living with my grandparents in Miami. I shared a room with my younger brother on the first floor of their 2-story duplex. It was nighttime and everyone was asleep, including my brother. I was lying on my left side in bed, facing the door to the room, and about 3 foot to the right was the door to the closet, which was closed, of course. I remember I used to stare at the closet door most nights to fall asleep. Why? I couldn't tell you, but that's what I did. And on this particular night, after having stared at the closet door for a while, I suddenly saw an almond-shaped light appear. I stared at it for a bit, wondering what the heck that was, when suddenly the light started travelling along the wall to the right. It went across every wall in a clockwise direction until it arrived at the spot it had started at. Suddenly, a second almond-shaped light appeared next to it, and that light did the same thing. It travelled across every wall in the room until it stopped right back where it had originally appeared, all while the first light stayed in place. And it wasn't until then that I realised that those 2 lights together were shaped like eyes. It looked like 2 glowing eyes that were looking at me. My body was completely engulfed in fear, and I didn't know what to do. I was too afraid to scream or get up, so I just pulled the blanket over my head. After a few moments, I peeked out and saw that the lights were gone. I then got up and turned on the lights and tried to make sense of things. But from that day to my now 37 years of age, I know nothing that could have possibly explained that. Since then, I've had countless other supernatural experiences in life, but never have I seen those lights again, or anything even remotely similar. I've also never heard anyone tell a story similar to mine. Has anyone here ever experienced anything like this? I used to live in the Philippines, and I have several real-life encounters with the supernatural. Catholic schools there used to be cemeteries during the World Wars, where dead Filipinos, Americans, Spaniards, and Japanese were laid to rest. My first experience with a ghost was around the 4th grade, after a dance rehearsal with my group. Me and Ariel were the ones left on the top floor to do some cleaning since the others already went downstairs. Take note that this encounter happened in a Catholic grade school, where stories about ghosts are common. We were talking about something when her eyes widened when she looked to her left. I asked her what's going on, but she continued to ignore me. Ariel, I asked. I decided to look where she was staring at, and there it was. It was a heavy, puff of smoke, like a fatty rain cloud, floating out of nowhere in front of the stadium. Along with this smoke was a disfigured face that seemed to be in pain. The face was screaming a quiet scream. She doesn't have any eyes, only eye sockets. The weirdest thing about her was that she doesn't have a body, just a huge puff of smoke in her head with a crown sitting on top of her. She was monotone. Her colour was the same as the smoke, grey. She floated 3 to 5 feet from left to right, and she just disappeared. A second after that, my eyes directed towards Ariel slowly. Did you see that? She nodded. We left the top floor and ran downstairs like there's no tomorrow. I don't remember what happened next, but when I talked to Ariel about this occurrence last year, she didn't remember a thing. She shivered after hearing that story. I would honestly love if anyone knew any scientific or plausible explanation for what I'm about to explain. So roughly 6 years ago, my friend and I were casually walking through my housing estate, just chatting and nothing out of the ordinary, just like every other evening. Suddenly, for a split second, the whole sky just became daytime. It had already been dark for at least an hour at this stage. It wasn't like a light that was bright in the sky. If I can help you picture this scenario, there was no light being radiated. It was just daytime for a split second. Absolutely dumbfounded, very confused, we looked at each other and I knew I wasn't crazy because he had experienced this also. To the present, so tonight I was out in the garden in the countryside with my partner. There's no artificial light other than the house and my neighbours roughly 2 kilometres away. My partner and I experienced the whole night become day for a brief moment. My partner was very confused, and I had explained this to me before, and it absolutely blew my mind. This time it lasted at least 3 seconds rather than a split second like before. I wish I could explain what it was like. It really didn't seem natural. Here's some background info. I, a 16-year-old male, and my father were hog hunting in southern Tennessee. We've taken trips to hunt for various game every year. This year though, we had a good season for deer and didn't want to let the hunting be over, so we decided to hunt hogs. If you didn't know, hogs are a nuisance species, meaning they can be hunted any time of year. Okay, now that's out the way. He had come with me to my stand and gave me general directions to him if I ended up needing them. I didn't see anything all afternoon, and as the sun began to set, I heard what then sounded like a gunshot, and then squealing. From the direction I understood was my dad's stand. I sat for a moment and decided I'd go look and see if he had gotten something. Seeing as the sun was already setting, I figured it'd be better to help with what little light we had. After about 3 minutes of walking, I came upon what I thought was his stand. Though it was more like a shack, it looked very unkempt and rickety. I approached it and saw my dad through a gap in one of the walls, and I assumed it was a shooting window. I whispered, asking if he'd gotten anything. He very slowly turned to look at me. If you hunt, you know that your head movements must be slow, so as not to alert any game. But this wasn't that. It was more of a foreign movement, one resembling that of a serial killer in some dumb horror movie. He looked at me with a blank expression for a minute. Well, not blank. It had a slight hint of anger, but I quickly chalked that up to my dad wondering why I'd leave my stand before he called. Seeing that, I decided he was not ready to leave, so I made my way back to my stand without questioning him further. Sure enough, my dad called my phone a few minutes after I got back to my stand, saying he was coming to get me and we'd leave. On the way home, I asked him why he didn't say anything when I came by. He looked at me confused and said something along the lines of, "You never came to me." And I laughed briefly and asked, "No, seriously. My dad is a jokester, but not a prankster or someone who likes scaring people." But he was dead serious. He genuinely stated that I never came to see him. The next day, after trying for a while to brush it off, I asked him to show me his stand. It was not the one I had gone to. And when I went to find where I'd gone, there was a field but no stand. I've tried to rationalise it time and again, but I still have no idea what really happened. At this point, I want to believe my dad is steadfast in his attempt to spook me, or that I imagined it somehow. But I know what happened, and I believe my dad. Could anyone have a more accurate idea of what this was? I've always jokingly said it was a skinwalker, but to be honest, I kind of wonder if it really was. So please, any thoughts? This happened when I was around 13 years old. I visited my grandparents' house during a vacation. The place was crowded with a lot of my cousins. Came to stay there too. So I was sharing my bed with one of my cousins. So it was late at night and I was pretty much deep asleep. Suddenly I woke up and I felt dehydrated and thirsty. So I got up from my bed and went to the dining room to get some water. I reached the dining room and put on the lights and poured a glass of water to drink. As I was finishing my drink and putting down the glass on the table, all of a sudden I saw a person in front of me. It looked like my mother, but had a very demonic vibe. Just to make it clear, it wasn't my mother's ghost or something like that. My mother's still alive and well. I was shocked to see that, and snap, I was back in bed again. It was a dream, a very weird one. I got up and sat on my bed, and I was perspiring even though I was in an air-conditioned room. I was just processing what I had just seen and convincing myself that it was a dream. Suddenly, I felt something pulling me from my back. It felt like a small dust particle being pulled by a vacuum cleaner. Closest thing that I can compare it with is Harry Potter's soul being sucked out by dementors. I felt this strong pull behind me, and I tried to fight it, but I couldn't. Snap! I was now out of my body. I could see me sleeping in my bed as if I was floating behind my bed. I tried fighting back again, and this time I was successful. I woke up and I was still sitting on my bed, just as I was before I felt this abnormal sensation. I still can't properly explain what exactly happened. Today I got some alarming news while talking to my mother and aunt about something I saw when I was a child. Something that at the time they swore was a hallucination of a small, scared girl. Something that stuck with me throughout my adult life. Quick backstory so we can get into it. Until I was about 10, I lived in a small apartment with my mother, aunt, older brother and cousin. I knew back then, even as a small girl, that the apartment we lived in was some sort of gateway to hell. Things that go bump in the night is an understatement, because I can sit here all day and write about the absolute horror show that was my childhood home. I was plagued by these entities, but this story is about this one particular entity, who I call the Laughing Man. I was about 8, and I wasn't feeling well. I was running a slight fever and wanted to sleep with my mother on the pull-out in the living room. My living room is set up so that the two couches face each other, one being the pull-out. I remember waking up in the middle of the night and sitting up while rubbing my eyes. I looked across at the other couch, and as my eyes adjusted, I saw a figure sitting and staring at me. It was the shadow of a tall, dark man. I kept blinking my eyes, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. I didn't know if it was a trick of the light coming in from the window or whatever, and I knew it wasn't any of my family members, as it was way too tall and lanky. As I registered what I was seeing, the fucking thing then proceeds to lift its arm up and point at me, shake and throw its head back as if it was laughing. I didn't hear it, but I knew what it was doing. I couldn't move. I couldn't yell. I was frozen in absolute fear for what seemed like an eternity. When I could finally move again, I threw the covers over my head and tried to wake my mother up, who was laying right next to me. She couldn't wake. I don't remember how the hell I fell back to sleep, but I think I must have passed out from fear. My night of horrors wasn't over, because till this day, I don't know if the next event was a dream, or if it was something I experienced in real time. It felt 100% real at the time, but it couldn't be. I remember waking up again and seeing a beautiful table laid out with white cloth, china, and silverware. It was completely engulfed in flames, right next to where my mother slept. I tried to shake my mother awake to tell her there was a fire, but she wasn't waking. I cried and screamed for her to wake up. I was choking on smoke, and the next thing I remember, it's morning. I told my mother what happened over breakfast, and she chalked it up to a fever hallucination. She didn't really address it and ignored the whole thing, but I remember the look on her face. One of absolute fear. Time passed, and I grew up. I moved out to live with my dad when I was 10, and I can say that I haven't experienced any ghostly experiences since Gateway to Hell House. Fast forward to today. My mother and I didn't have a good relationship once I left my dad's, and we've been trying to mend it recently. We got to chatting about old ghostly experiences, because we've all experienced shit in that apartment, and I mentioned the laughing man. She then says she remembers that the man who I saw that night died in that apartment. Apparently, back when they moved in, their father, my grandfather, was in desperate search for an apartment because they were basically homeless. When he went to see the apartment, it was completely gutted and being renovated. The landlord said there was a fire, but didn't mention anything about deaths. Once they moved in, the neighbours got to talking about what really happened. 3 people died in that fire. The father fell asleep with a lit cigarette on the couch and the house set ablaze. Another resident died in a room, and the daughter, who was about 16 or 17 at the time, threw herself out of the 10th-story window in order to escape the flames. The house is set up so that the living room is right next to the front door. The fire starting there sealed their fate. The man died right where I was sleeping, and the vision of the table I saw on fire all made sense. Also, now that I think about it, I thought he was a shadow. I now know that it was his charred body pointing and laughing at me all those years ago. Growing up, it had always been just my mother and I, until I was about 15 years old, when she got married. Often, we'd move from one apartment to another, so I adapted quickly. Not like I had much choice. My favourite thing to do when moving into any new apartment spot was to get lost. I'd go explore the complex, taking every turn and over every walk. That way, if anything should happen, I knew my surrounding areas. The new apartments we had moved into were very nice. There was a playground and some basketball courts on the looped road that skirted the complex. Behind the gates that bordered the apartments were woods surrounding every side, with the playground at the very back and the forest extending acres past. When I was a younger child, I was more sensitive to my abilities, if I had any, but they've long since diluted and are probably non-existent now. However, at these apartments, I encountered, witnessed, experienced a dark entity that always tried to harm my mother, a UFO, a religious experience via a dream, and a very real ghost kid. Not in that order. This is my encounter with the latter. We moved in around one of the vacation times, either summer vacation or spring break maybe. After the first couple days of getting lost around the front and middle of the residence, I knew my way around fairly well. So I told my mother I was going out to explore the rest of the back end of the apartments, where we lived close to. As I was walking down the large community lawn, toward the road to follow it to the playground, I saw that there were no kids there. I'd beeline toward the apartments in the back. I was often interested in how others decorated their front steps, and wondered what kind of lives these strangers lived. As I turned the corner into the alley between 2 front-to-front facing buildings, I noticed a kid sitting in the middle of the alley, playing by themselves. Their memory is from so long ago, I can't remember details about this kid, not even their gender. I think he looked like your typical average light Hispanic boy from San Antonio. Dark hair, dark eyes, lighter skin. What I do remember is feeling bad because this kid looked so sad to be playing by themselves. As a kid who was bullied a lot, I didn't like it when someone was by themselves, and even more so when they looked so sad. So I took it upon myself to approach him, and we just started playing. He told me he lived in the apartment right behind him. The front porch was riddled with plants. Small pots hung from the top, a wispy type of lemongrass plant. Grew in some bigger pots near the door, and one very colourful elephant pot greeted all at the front right spot of the porch. The thing definitely looked heavy. We played together until the sun lowered. When the lights started to come on, I sadly turned to the kid and told him, I have to go now. I remember the kid getting very sad. He said something along the lines of, can't you stay a little longer? It's getting late, I said, looking towards the sky. I promised my mom I'd be home for dinner. I remember looking down at his toy maybe, or maybe just his hands and fingers. But don't worry, I said, smiling at him, intent on making him feel better. I'll see you tomorrow, I promise. Concerned, he looked up at me and asked, are you sure you'll be able to find me? Of course, I replied. Watch, see. I rushed past him to the corner where I turned and started counting the doors. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth door is yours. He didn't seem convinced, so I galloped to the opposite side of the building and counted the doors from that side. 1, 2, 3. And the third door this way is yours. See? I put my hands on either side of me in a ta-da stance. I remember him smiling back at me, almost like he didn't believe me. I promise, I swore. I'll see you tomorrow. I waved and left, thinking, besides, how can I miss your colourful porch? I didn't get to go back the next day. My mother needed help unpacking. I remember being worried for the kid and feeling like a liar. She said she only needed help with unpacking the kitchen and the bathroom and that I could see my little friend tomorrow. The next day, I happily strolled over to the only two-facing buildings surrounded by other buildings. I turned the alley and started counting. 1, 2, 3, expecting to see an eye full of colours and plants. All that was there was an empty porch and open blinds, revealing a clean, vacuumed, vacant apartment. Confused, I went around the building again and counted the doors again. I went around both of those buildings countless times, even the surrounding buildings. I went front and back and forth, and in all kinds of circles, trying to understand where the kid's door went. The buildings were more intricate and woven toward the front of the apartments, but the closer you got to the end, the simpler it became. Not finding his door made absolutely zero sense. Finally, I ended up right back to where it all started. Hands on my hips, just staring into the window, standing where we had played just 2 days ago. I stepped into the bushes in front of the window to look closer into the apartment. Maybe they had boxes they still needed to pick up, so I could say goodbye properly. Nothing. I heard sweeping noises coming from the top of the opposite stairs. Hello? I yelled out to an older man sweeping his porch. Sorry to bother you, sir, but do you know what happened to the little kid that lived here? He gave me the most perplexed face. To my younger self, he looked almost angry, but he couldn't be bothered by a kid's question. No one's lived in that apartment for months, he shouted back down at me. I felt my eyes get a little wider. I'm sorry, what? He approached the railing and shouted again. No one's lived in that apartment for quite a few weeks. Oh, I said. Thank you. He turned to finish whatever he was doing. Meanwhile, I turned to look back at the whistle-clean apartment. I approached it one more time and looked down to see a giant water ring where the elephant pot had been. It looked fresh enough, like the water had been drying there since that morning, or maybe the previous night. I have a ghost in my house. His name is Bob. I've lived in my apartment for a little over a year now. It's small, 2 bedrooms, and I live in it alone. Over the years, I've had many experiences with the paranormal. My mother raised me pagan, and who believed there was an evil spirit in my childhood home? She called her Mother Mary and would be petrified at night. I've been desensitized by this and now don't fear really anything paranormal. I hate zombies though. I even was gifted a cursed Ouija board once, though I don't think it's cursed. I found out about Bob first by the knocking. I would often hear knocks at my front door through the night. I'd check the hallway but no one was there. The outside hallway has an automatic light that's triggered by movement, so it would have turned on but it wasn't. I didn't mind much. He often knocks on the front door or on my bedroom door, my mirrors and so on, and I'll talk to him. Bob has manifested himself only a few times that I know of. Once in the darkness when I had my boyfriend over, I walked over to my bed to hop in next to my boyfriend, only to be confronted by Bob's shadowy presence in front of me, blocking the light that came from behind me. He was about 5'7" and was slim build. He vanished in seconds. My boyfriend was so startled he wanted to run or call the police. I'm like, no, that's just Bob. The other time, I thought he might have fallen down or something, because Bob knocks are very normal. But I heard a huge bang right behind me in the kitchen, even feeling the vibrations. My grandmother, who was sitting in the lounge room, asked me if I had fallen over. I responded with, no, I think that was Bob. He's not usually that loud. The only thing scary that has happened was the day of the shooting. It was a normal night for me. I'd gotten home from work, changed and got on my PC for some game time. A few hours later at 8:37, I know because I checked the time, I heard a crash come from my bedroom. I tore off my headphones, looked at the time, listened for intruders, and then went to investigate. My picture frame had somehow slipped off the nails that held it to the wall somehow. I didn't think much of it until later, around 9:30ish, when I received a dozen phone calls from my relatives asking if I was okay. I answered my grandmother's first. She told me there'd been a shooting outside my workplace an hour ago. A man gunned down by police. I told her I was fine and that I was home and safe, as I did with all of my other relatives as their calls flooded in. It was that night when things started to go haywire with Bob. He would tip over bottles that I knew I had set down on stable surfaces, close doors, move things that I know I didn't touch, like books and folders I had on my art desk. I felt a sadness in the house, as if something was physically tugging on my emotions. I knew Bob had to be sad. I wondered if it was by the shooting or not. It was a pretty big coincidence if not. I told my mother about him. She said it must be a demon, but I assured her it wasn't. She came over and saw the house for the first time. She calmed down pretty quickly, feeling the emotions of Bob. She thought maybe the death so close affected Bob negatively, causing the sadness. I nodded along. Ever since then, Bob has returned to normal slowly. He locked me and my mother out on the porch once, cheeky devil. But other than that, it's back to the knocks and the presences. Sometimes he likes to leave certain lights on too. I'll turn off a light and hear a few taps. I'll ask if he wanted the light on for a bit. Knock, knock. So I leave it on, but give him a time limit, because he can't pay for the electricity. The year went by smoothly after that. I have a ghost in my house. My ghost's name is Bob. Not all ghosts are bad. It was roughly 10 o'clock on a weekend night, and I had finished watching a horror film. Can't remember which one. And I was inspired to make contact with the dead. I did 5 minutes of research on my laptop, clearly enough to be an expert on the matter, and sat on my bedroom floor in the dark. I placed my full-length mirror in front of me and leaned it against my bed and lit a candle. I stared at my reflection what felt like forever, and finally muttered some gibberish along the lines of, "If there's anyone here, show yourself," and "I'm opening the gates to communication. Please come forth." I'd pause and wait and stare at the mirror, focusing my eyes on the surroundings behind me. I waited for something to appear, but naturally, nothing did. The longer I sat there, the more uncomfortable I became. I gave up after 10 minutes and called it a night. To this day, this is the only explanation I have as to how the haunting began. I had lived in the same house for 3 years prior and never experienced any paranormal activity. As previously stated, I was 14 years old and going through an angsty time in my life. Depression, self-harm, first heartbreak. I was emotionally negative, and part of me feels like whatever I welcomed into the house felt that energy. You see, now I know that when you want to make a connection with the deceased, you have to be specific about who you're contacting or what you're contacting. I left the door to communication open to anything that was listening, good or evil. I cannot recall how much time had passed since I performed that little stunt. Days? Weeks? But my room suddenly became a playground for spiritual energy. My room was located in the basement, a spot I felt was cool and private for a teenager. I put up curtains to separate my room from the laundry area and the storage area where my father stored his military items in large olive green containers. I tell you this because it serves a purpose later on in my story. You know the feeling you get when you know you're not alone? The vibe of someone standing close to you, even though you haven't yet looked to see who's there. That's how I began to feel most of the time. So I decided to acknowledge this feeling and called out to whomever or whatever was in my room. I sat perfectly still on the floor and focused. The only sound I could hear was the sound of the television coming through the ceiling as the living room was above my room. If there's someone here, please knock twice, I demanded. I waited, held my breath, and of course, heard no reply. I tried several more times, repeating the same words. The presence of someone else being near was so strong that the hairs on the back of my neck stood up and my anxiety skyrocketed. I noticed the room felt unusually colder. Naturally, the basement is fairly cold, so I was used to being slightly chilled. But this drop in temperature crept into my bones. I repeated my chants once more, and after no response, I gave up. As I stood, I heard 2 distinctive knocks on my cement bedroom wall above my bed. 1, pause, 2. As if the knocker took great care to ensure I would hear. Not 1, but 3, but 2 knocks, exactly what I had asked for. After that, I felt relieved and excited and accepted that I wasn't alone. It still stuns me to look back and think the knocker didn't scare me. It just confirmed what I already knew, that someone else was in the basement. The odd thing was, it never bothered me. Not at first. I felt like I'd accomplished what I'd set out to do. I contacted a spirit. I felt exhilarated and powerful. Although it never showed itself, I was aware of its presence. That said, it wasn't always present. But when it came, the air felt cooler and thicker, and the shiver would run up and down my spine. I could easily determine if it was beside me or behind me. Having a ghost for a roommate became my norm, and at first, I didn't mention it to my family. I also noted that I only felt its presence in the basements, never upstairs or in any other area of the house, so I never felt the urge to talk about it. This fact also stuns me because at the time, I was excited about it and would normally mention such an experience to my family and best friends. But for months, I kept it to myself, and as the months went on, my spirit became increasingly annoying and more malevolent. One evening, I was watching a movie, a favourite pastime, in my room when I felt the spirit's presence behind me. By this time, I would speak openly to it as if a real person was standing there, and I think because I acknowledged it, it grew stronger somehow. I told the spirit that I was watching a movie and to leave me alone. Seconds went by, and all of a sudden, I felt it twirl a piece of my hair on the left side of my head. This was the first time something otherworldly had ever physically touched me, and I'll never forget it. It was as if a real person was playing with my hair. I didn't move and held my breath. My strand of hair felt like it would be re-released and then picked up again to be twirled through someone's fingers. It obviously shocked me to feel such a sensation when no one was visibly behind me, and I couldn't actually see the strand lift and spin. But I knew it was real. The action felt playful, as if the spirit was seeking my attention. Once again, it didn't scare me, just surprised me. When it went for the strand a third time, I moved my head and yelled, "Stop! I'm trying to watch my movie!" My voice was laced with annoyance. The presence disappeared, and I returned to the film. To be touched by someone who wasn't visibly behind me, and on more than one occasion. To feel an energy that was so strongly present, but having no physical evidence to prove it. This became a constant occurrence that drastically escalated as time went on. I would fall asleep in my room, fully aware that I was not alone, and wake up with the same sensation. Whenever it was not near me, I knew it was my father's military stuff that took up a corner of the basement. For the longest time, I couldn't explain why. I just knew it liked to hang out there. The air would become cool and what I can only describe as thick when it was around. The vibe was strong in that corner of the basement. As the months dragged by, I would speak to it whenever I felt it close to me. I would talk about my day or my negative teenage thoughts. I never received a response, but somehow I knew it was listening to me. I often had my best friend over to hang out, and I finally decided to fill her in on my haunting experience. I don't believe we were in my room at the time of the conversation. I told her that I had a ghost. We never told lies to one another, and she instantly accepted my explanation without doubt. She then went on to tell me that a lot of military men would return home from war back in the day and commit suicide in their basements, which sadly still happen from time to time. Many men suffered from PTSD and would hang or shoot themselves. When she told me this, my stomach started to churn. I never mentioned that the spirit was located by my father's army stuff. She told me years later that she used to feel it too, and that she just knew that it was in the corner of the basement. I also always felt like the spirit was a man. Once again, I cannot explain how I knew that to be true. It just was. When the spirit originally twirled my hair, it appeared to be playful and tormented me to get a reaction. But as the weeks passed, this playful energy became mean. I'd be in the middle of watching a movie and suddenly it felt like someone pulled my hair. The sharp pain would disappear almost as quickly as it came, and sometimes I would question whether it happened at all. It then progressed to jabbing. It felt like someone poked me hard in the shoulder or arm. Never more than once, just a single jab that made me jump because it was so unexpected, and I never saw anything actually poke me. I'd angrily tell it to stop, but the activity became more insistent. Finally, I chose to ignore it altogether and stopped speaking to it. My reaction was not favoured by the spirit. Occasionally, it would continue to touch me. Items in my room would move from their places or go missing for days at a time. Random noises would sound in the middle of the night. The creepy thickness by my side became more constant. What was once an exciting paranormal experience drastically changed into harassment. I became fearful and urged it to go away, but it never did. It disappeared for a few hours, but would always return. I didn't feel safe when it was around, and oddly enough, I became aware that it was jealous. To this day, I'm not sure why the spirit of a man would be envious of a 14-year-old girl. On some level, I felt like he was angry that I was alive. Finally, I learned just how enraged it truly was. It was the weekend and I was dead asleep in my bed. I often slept in because I usually stayed up the majority of the night. I remember being in the middle of a dream and the most agonizing pain I'd ever felt ripped me out of the dream and into reality. The excruciating pain caused me to grab my stomach and curl into a ball. The sunlight poured into my room through the basement windows, and I was shocked because the spirit had never bothered me during daylight until this moment. I closed my eyes tight and couldn't breathe because the pain in my stomach was unbearable. It felt like someone took their fist and punched me in the guts so hard that it punctured through. This invisible fist seemed to grab a hold of my intestines and twist them back and forth, the way a laundry machine washes clothes. I'd imagined it felt the way a victim experienced a stab wound. This twisting and turning of my insides was so savage that I could barely gasp my pleas for it to stop. I managed to muster the little strength I had and bellowed out, "Stop!" The power behind my command instantly caused the pain to vanish. I slowly sat up, suddenly exhausted, and ran up the stairs. I didn't return to my room for the remainder of the day. I became petrified of the entity that lingered in my basement. I no longer spoke to it like I had before, and whenever I felt its icy presence, I refused to acknowledge it. The problem with being tormented by the dead is that you feel completely helpless and lack control. Ironically, I began to feel like it had every right to be there, as I did. Perhaps it had been dormant for many years, and my little ritual called it back to its original home. I felt more like a guest. After all, the house was a military house, what we call a PMQ, and many families had come and gone before us. It was my belief that this spirit had lived in this house long before I did, and whatever heinous act it committed caused it to become trapped here somehow. I wanted to contact the dead and successfully achieve that goal. However, I changed my intentions. Originally, I wanted to communicate, which may have been the reason why I was able to attract it in the first place. It wanted to communicate too, and now I had gone and changed the rules. I no longer paid attention to it. A few days had gone by after it forced me into a pretzel, and I was babysitting my younger brother. Oftentimes, we would wrestle, which was a good excuse to get out some sibling aggression. I was his older sister and took on the role of being his older sister and the older brother we never had. We would playfully throw punches, shove one another, and fight all over the house. That night, our battle began upstairs and gradually moved to the basement. I tackled him and pushed him onto my bed and began choking him. Not enough to make him pass out, but using enough strength to exert dominance. I don't remember what caused us to suddenly come to a halt, but we froze on the spot. My hands were still wrapped around his neck when we both turned our heads towards our father's military stuff. Standing in the corner, in the dark, was the silhouette of a man. I couldn't make out any physical features like his face or clothes because it was too dark, but I could see his shape clearly. He stood erect, posture perfectly straight, arms at his sides, and remained completely still. Although I couldn't see his eyes, he appeared to be watching us. The sight of him took my breath away, and I became paralyzed with fear. All my senses screamed danger, and my heart felt like it was going to explode from my chest. My throat tightened, and I had to swallow to speak. Without taking my eyes off of the man, I whispered to my brother, "Do you see that?" Maybe I was losing my mind. Unfortunately, after a pause, my brother said yes. After he confirmed that he could see the man too, my adrenaline kicked in. I shot upright and we both leaped off the bed and flew up the stairs. I can still remember climbing up the stairs and feeling like it was going to chase us. I slammed the door to the basement shut, and we remained upstairs until Mum and Dad came home. A week later, we moved from the house. It just so happened that my parents were separating, and we moved back to my hometown with my mother. Dad was posted to another province and left a short time after we did. I don't remember returning to my room that night. All I can remember is packing up my things the next few days and feeling like I could breathe again, like the weight of the world had been lifted from my shoulders. Years have gone by, and I can close my eyes and still see the man standing in the dark, beside my father's military stuff. I can remember my hair being twirled and the twisting of my insides. Over the years, I tried to convince myself that it never actually happened, but my brother can recall it as easily as I can. He was a witness and acts as the evidence that reminds me just how real it was. The man did not follow us to our new home, and my haunting ended the moment we left the house for good. I often wondered if any of the families following us experienced anything unusual. Ironically, I currently live 40 minutes away from that house. I decided last summer to go for a drive, and I did stop at that house. It was empty. I got out of my car, drawn to the house, and I tried all of the doors. Naturally, they were locked. I looked into the windows, and the house was empty and looked the same, except for kitchen renovations. A man at the house next door saw me looking in the windows and asked if he could assist me. I noticed that the house that he came out of was empty too. The van in the driveway proved this man to be a construction worker. I explained that I had lived in this house years ago and was interested in going inside to relive my memories. I asked if he had a key to let me in. He said he probably did and fumbled with a handset of keys. I grew excited as he tried all of the keys, but unfortunately he didn't have the set that would unlock the door. He apologized and I succumbed to my disappointment. I thought about returning and breaking in. After all, there was a basement window that I used to sneak out of, and I could simply break it during the night and sneak in. Instead, I drove back home and chose to believe that it wasn't meant to be. After all, I didn't want to return to that house in pure darkness. In my heart, I feel like I'll have the opportunity to enter the house again, whenever that may be. For a while, I didn't know why I wanted to stand in that basement. To satisfy my need for closure? Maybe to get a sense of whether it still resides in that house? Curiosity? It finally dawned on me and was my sole reason for driving the 40 minutes to the house. I can't explain it, but as I drove, I knew that nobody would be living in the house. It was a feeling. I had returned to the town over the years and would often stop by to check it out, but someone always lived there. I don't know how I knew that it would be empty upon its return. The reason why I wanted to enter the house was to see if my sinister spirit was still there, and if I was, I would release it. At the time, I vaguely knew how to call forth the dead, but I never realized how important it was to free it from its purgatory. I believe without a doubt that I currently have the knowledge and power to do that. I had wanted to communicate with something supernatural, but I was too young to actually listen to what it wanted. I was too afraid. In a way, I owe it that much. A lot of things happened in my parents' house growing up. From the classic hearing voices or our names being called, to things moving and even some of my friends and family seeing people or other things. Everything was harmless, more or less just creepy, except for the one time, which is what this is about. This is just one thing that has happened that most people like to hear, or sometimes don't like to hear, when I tell them in person, so I figured I would share it for others to read. This was either spring of my senior year or high school, or first year of college toward later end of summer '09. Can't remember exactly, but I was 18 at the time. I was up late watching some Adult Swim laying in bed when my dog, a Pomeranian. Now I got to explain a little layout for you. Opposite the bedroom door was a window. Outside that window was the only streetlight on my road. We lived in the country. Now across the hall from my bedroom was the bathroom, and its door was also open. Inside the bathroom we had a stand-up shower with a gold frame. With both my bedroom door and bathroom door partially open, you could see the reflected light from the streetlight against the shower frame. So I turn over onto my back in bed and fall asleep accidentally. I wake up soon enough, dog at my side. I went to turn the TV off and fell back asleep, to find out I couldn't move. I panicked for a second, only to realize I was experiencing sleep paralysis. I was so excited. I know who gets excited for that, but it was the first time, so yeah. The feeling of not being able to move, the feeling that something is pushing down on your chest, the lack of control you temporarily have. It was exciting to experience it firsthand after reading about it so much. However, I was able to move my hand and legs. Like from my hips and wrist down, I was able to make fists and kick my legs and feet. It really felt like someone holding me down. The pressure seemed to get more intense on the back and top of my head, and something was telling me to look. Look now. But I couldn't move. With flailing around, I was able to tilt my head back slightly, and I saw in my door away the gold frame of the shower, and then something blocked it out. Something was standing in my doorway. I figured I was hallucinating, as that was another sign of sleep paralysis from what I've read. Shadowy figures or spotty vision. So I'm still semi-calm until my dog starts growling while staring at my doorway. He was just in my range of vision, but I could see him head down, fangs showing, deep growl. He's not a growler either. He was a yapper, always barking. So I'm laying there in an awkward position, watching this thing, and beginning to panic at the realization my dog is seeing this thing too. So I stopped entertaining the idea of sleep paralysis. Honestly, my thought at this moment was that I really didn't want to get possessed right now. It was a stare off for a few seconds, until something fell on the ground by my door, and the mass went upwards. Once it was gone, the pressure on me was instantly gone, and my dog perked up as though someone threw a ball, and he went running into the hall. I could move, and jumped out so fast to grab him. I was more concerned for him. He ran straight to the kitchen sniffing around, and I was like, screw that, I'm staying up now. I walked back to my room to see what fell, and it was a necklace that was previously hanging off a picture of my grandmother that hung around my door. I did end up staying awake the rest of the night and telling my mother when she woke up, as she's had a lot of things happen to her in the home. Needless to say, she was quite unnerved. A lot of other things have happened with me, and a few stories with my brothers, and a few of my mom's. Maybe I'll tell them. It's safe to say almost every house I lived in has been haunted, plus the places surrounding my family. Some of these have been when I was younger, so some details might have been lost due to the passage of time, and just my bad memory in general. Some were told by my sister, we'll call her Kay for this, and some by my mum, and there's some of my own. This story was told to me by Kay, 2.5 years older than me, when I was a baby, maybe when I was a year. She went to check on me and she saw 2 black cats sitting on top of me, so she yelled for my mum, but when she looked back and mum had gotten into the room, both cats were gone and I was fine. This was way before we got our first black cat. This one was told to me by my mum. She used to work as a cleaner and my dad worked later in an arcade as a security guard. Mum had gotten home pretty late, but before Dad got home, Kay and myself were asleep upstairs and sat down. I was maybe 4 or 5 at this point, and she heard running up and down on the landing upstairs, so she got up to check. No one was there. Here's a big detail. Whenever someone walked across that landing, the light fixtures in the living room would shake, and that's how Mum and Dad would know if Kay or I were up and about. Mum said the lights weren't shaking when she looked up. Mum and Dad both had a paranormal experience at the same time. Mum told me this one as well. I think my grandfather on Dad's side had recently passed away when this happened. It was early and Dad had just got up, and Mum was just starting to wake up. To put in perspective of their room, the bed took up basically half of the room. It was a very small room, whilst Kay and I had the biggest room. This was a 2-story house with 2 bedrooms. And a little bit of the room was taken up by their wardrobe, and next to the bed was the door. My dad was at the wardrobe facing towards the wall, when he was suddenly flung back towards the bed, and it shocked Mum awake. She sat up and saw Dad looking in a shock, and asked if he was okay. He didn't respond for a few seconds, then looked at Mum and said, "I swear I just heard my dad." Mum asked how, and what he had said. He shook his head, then said, he said sorry because he didn't recognise me. Then I seem to remember Mum saying the door opened a crack a few minutes for our dog at the time. Dog's name was Max, a huge German shepherd and a cuddle bug. Pushed the door the rest of the way open with his face, and then padded in and plonked himself down at the door, and just stared out into the landing. I can't remember this very well, but I remember seeing an apparition when I was 8 in my room. That's all I can remember. Don't think I ever saw it again, though I did have some very vivid nightmares of an old man. I can't remember what happened though. Mum told me a third-party paranormal experience. From what I remember, she said the night worker at her old store was looking at the CCTV after feeling someone tap them on the shoulder when they were doing a store face-up, and they saw a trolley had been left out at the end of an aisle suddenly rotate. So the trolley was facing toward the aisle just before they felt the tap. This is closer to the present day, in my current home, a first floor flat. I've seen 3 orbs, 2 inside my room right above my bed, and 1 in the hallway. Each time the orbs immediately went towards the living room right next to my room. Mum has also seen 2 orbs when she was walking out to the living room or going from her room to the living room, practically right next to it like my room is. Kay has had her clothes pulled by something that wasn't a living person in the bathroom. I saw the aftermath to this and I was with her at the time. Had vivid nightmares, has woken up on the floor in her room with a cover folded over like she was carefully taken out of bed. Had a book gifted from a boyfriend thrown at her by an unseen force, and saw an apparition of a man with a Cheshire smile and a bowler hat late at night at her door. She's also seen this man in the afternoon in the reflection of the balcony door, though the reflection of the kitchen window, which is directly opposite the living room. For deaths in the houses we've lived in, apparently, the grandparents of one of my former friends died in my room at my old house, where Mum had heard the running and Dad got pushed by my grandfather's ghost. And the previous owner of the flat had died, but not inside the flat. He died at a nursing home and he didn't wear a bowler hat. He wore what's kind of described as a trucker hat. We don't know the history of any of our houses that well. It was summer in Canada and I, along with 2 of my friends, planned to spend a few days camping. We actually found a small cabin that was available at this small cabin grounds for cheap. It was a large piece of forested land by a lake with a bunch of cabins scattered around, and you could rent them for however long. We booked the place last minute and decided to go there instead of camping. If you've ever been to northern Canada, then you know how barren the place is, with a man-made structure every couple of kilometres, with forest all around us. 3 hours later when we arrived, it was maybe around 4 p.m. We met with the owner, who lived in a distant, larger cabin nearby. After talking and paying for our stay, we went off to our cabin. The cabin was small, with a stream leading up to a larger lake right beside the cabin, and a small fire pit out front. There was dense forest pretty much all around us. Being that far out, we had little to no service. We took advantage of the daylight and took out some kayaks which came with the cabin, and explored our surroundings. As it got dark, we set up a small campfire in front of the cabin, in the fire pit, and just talked. A massive thunderstorm snuck upon us, and it soon started to rain. Since it was raining, we didn't bother to put the fire out, since it was already basically going out by itself. We went inside and got ready for bed. The beds were all in the same room, so we just talked for the most part, since we couldn't fall asleep, with the thunder in the distance and rain pattering on the window of the cabin. My 2 friends decided to go outside to have a cigarette. Since I didn't smoke, I just tagged along for fun. I was behind them, and as they opened the door, they said, "Hey, the fire is still lit." I thought to myself, how could it still be lit? It was raining and the fire was basically going out by itself. I looked over their shoulders and saw the fire still burning away, as if it was just lit and was burning at full strength. Just after that, they kind of froze and whispered, "What's that?" before yelling and running back into the room and slamming the front door shut. I couldn't get a visual on what they said, because I was all the way behind them and it happened way too fast, so I assumed they were joking around. But the expression on their face just showed pure fear, so I took it seriously, and we all went into our bedroom and locked the door behind us. They were clearly frightened and completely out of breath. I asked them what they saw, and they explained that they saw a wispy white figure that was about 15 feet from the fireplace. The figure apparently moved very quickly and then popped its head out to the side of the tree before hiding again. They described it as almost like smoke, but moved like it was a person. I peeked out the window to see if it was still there, and I didn't see anything except for that fire still burning. We basically stayed up all night and never seen my friends that afraid, especially with one of them being in the military. He just held his knife next to his chest while laying in bed and staring at the ceiling, not saying a word the whole night. In the morning, we tried finding an explanation for it, and we couldn't come up with anything. We spoke to the owner about it, and he told us he'd be on the lookout. I wish I could have seen it for myself, but they swear by what they saw, and it was definitely nothing they'd seen before. We still couldn't find an explanation for what happened that night. This happened when I was a kid, around 10 years old. So I had an uncle. Let us call him Don. Uncle Don was a fun person to be around, because he used to make me laugh, and every time he came over, he'd bring me sweets. He was my maternal uncle, but my mum was not particularly fond of him, since he had a drinking problem, and had gambled away his life savings, and even the money my father lent to him. He stopped coming over a few years after I turned 7, because I remember he got into a heated argument with my mum, and he was apparently abusive to his wife. My mother told him she never wanted to see him again, and never wanted him near her kids. Never saw him after that, and frankly was mad at my mother for sending him away. But now I've grown up and realised what she did was within reason. 2 days after I turned 10, we went out for dinner to celebrate my birthday, because we couldn't do it on the birthday itself because my dad wasn't in town. We decided to try out a new restaurant which was kind of far from where we lived. I still remember the interior of the place because I visited it a few times after this incident. We went in and the restaurant was such that the bar area was a separate room from the restaurant, since drinking in public is taboo in my country. We were eating and just having a good time when I turned around and saw the bar door open, and out of curiosity, I peeked in to see what was inside. I was a child after all. You see my uncle sitting on a bar stool, hunched over. His back was facing me, but I recognised him because he had a distinct look. And when I was a kid, he would always play hide and seek, so I knew what he looked like from the back. Excited that I saw him after so long, I yelled, "Uncle!" really loud, and started to nudge my dad and say to him, "Look, Dad, Uncle Donna's here." As soon as I said that, my parents stopped eating and just looked up at each other and paled. It's been 12 years, and I still vividly remember their faces. My mom practically fell out of her chair trying to peer into the bar. I got out of my chair and started walking towards the bar area while calling out Uncle Don's name. My parents pulled me back, and people were starting to stare at this point. They dragged me out, and we went home and spoke about it again. I remember my mom called her sister that night and spoke to her in hushed tones. A year later, I found out from my aunt, my mom's sister, that Uncle Don had actually died 3 years ago from heart disease. He was a heavy drinker and frequented that bar, and when my mom wasn't aware of that, he used to visit there until she told my aunt. My mom was apparently so shocked about the whole thing that she cried for 2 days after that happened. I try asking my mom what happened that night, but she brushes me off and tells me that I probably just hallucinated it, and I was just a kid, and had no idea what I was saying. But I know what I saw, and I'm 100% sure I saw him. I think she knows that too, but refuses to talk about it. I think about this now, and a chill runs down my spine. Was it really him? In 2018, I lived in a second-floor apartment in an old house. 111 years old at the time to be exact, which is fairly common in that area. The apartment was close to a beach that was rumoured to be haunted, as well as a defunct military base that was rumoured to be haunted as well. Both my roommate and I had similar experiences in the apartment on separate occasions, of seeing white little blurs out of the corner of our eyes. I have a white ferret, so we had each thought that maybe he'd gotten out and it was just him sneaking past in our peripheral vision. Then we'd each checked around for him, only to find that he was securely in his cage. There was one other time I thought I'd seen someone just out the corner of my eye, but nothing definite, and nothing that ever felt threatening, as if they were just there minding their business as much as anyone else in the house, Or maybe I was just tired and overworked and getting carried away with my imagination. There was only one night that felt strange to me. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, my boyfriend and I started hearing the faint sound of a drum. I can't say what it was specifically, but it seemed like it was just one single drum, maybe a hand drum of some kind, getting progressively louder. Later, a flute came in. Then later, a woman's voice singing, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. By the time all 3 sounds were present, it must have been about 3:30, so this was going on for a while. With everything combined, the music was sounding pretty eerie, so we were getting a little creeped out. I thought of a few possibilities, like maybe my roommate was listening to some sleep music, or maybe someone on my street was having some loud company at an odd hour. No big deal. When I got up and walked toward the side of the room that shares a wall with her room, it didn't seem like the sound was coming from there. Then I tried opening a window, and when I did, the noise was much clearer, so I was led to believe the noise was coming from outside. Of the 2 windows in my room, the one in the back of the house seemed to be where I could hear the music the most clearly. It sounded echoey, as if it were far away, and from the general direction of the beach, but still loud enough that I wouldn't be able to sleep through it. Then it stopped suddenly around 4 a.m., the very end of the witching hour. In the morning, I asked my roommate if she was listening to music, and she said no, and she hadn't even heard anything at all. It's certainly possible someone was just having a drum circle at an inconsiderate time, but I think another neighbour might have complained or asked them to stop sooner if that were the case. I have no idea what was going on, and it wasn't even necessarily that frightening, just altogether very odd. Nothing like it ever happened again while I lived there. Walking through the woods, you feel like you're being watched. You glance left, then right, then left again. You feel like you're being watched from your left-hand side, so you turn right. 30 foot in front of you is a pile of logs arranged in such a way that it resembles a deer. It wasn't there the last time you looked right. In the space of 2 seconds, it's been assembled, and completely silently. This is one such happening. Also, a rather common one, as even my mother and I experienced this on a walk through the park. In our case, it was more like 60 feet away, so we weren't sure if it was a trick based on perspective or not. You decide to go off the beaten path and push through a bush. It was a beautiful, warm and sunny day, but somehow, as soon as you push through the bush, all the colour fades. It's cold, and there's very little light. You're now standing in a world of greys and browns, where there isn't even any grass, and the area looks almost untouched, despite being literally just off the trail. There are no sounds of animals, no birds, no insects, and the sounds of rushing water from the river that runs nearby fall to the background. You don't feel like you're alone anymore, but you also feel like you're alone at the same time. Something inside of you is telling you to go deeper into the place, and deeper, until the ground starts to climb higher and get muddier, until the bush gets thicker. You swear that you can see tracks, but they're always different. It's like this place is well travelled, like a number of things are passing through here. Wheel tracks, foot tracks, they can all be seen, but the bush is so thick or oppressive that the idea of getting anything through here seems laughable. Finally, you remember you were doing something before you came here. The realization hits you like a truck, as if while you were here, this place was the object of your obsession, and you wonder how long you were even here for. You backtrack, and nothing looks familiar at all. You feel completely lost before coming to a bush with light twinkling from between its bushes. You push through it and step back onto the path, but not where you were, not even on the same side of the river. You were only walking straight, and yet somehow you've crossed the river and ended up going the opposite direction. This is also rather common. There are black zones in the forest park, which are believed to create mental fog at times of the year, due to being contrary to all expectations, and basically just shocking people into a daze. Places that are unusually warm during the winter, feeling as if you're standing next to a campfire, or places unusually cold in the winter, and they'll frequently cause you to wander away from where you were. The terrain of the park is, however, restrictive enough that there aren't many places that you can wander to. So people come back to their senses before they get any real distance away. However, this has never explained how people can walk across rivers or ravines without even knowing where they were. Once more, this happened to me. It was like night and day, walking from a vibrant, coloured forest into what looked like the dead of winter. Surreal. You've been a regular around the park for some time now, and one thing you've always wondered is, who's making those structures? Large wooden buildings made of loose logs and sticks. They're big enough to fit a person in, and if you were to put something over them, would protect from the elements perfectly. They're always tied together in the exact same way, using string or strands of grass and wood. It's probably the local scouts or youths, or maybe the army cadets practicing their practical survival skills, and that makes perfect sense. Until you see one that makes you question how it was even built. 10 feet above the ground, every supporting log for the structure is balanced on a branch of a tree. There's no bottom to it. It's the same structure, but only the walls and roof. Only a few moments after you see it, the structure breaks, falling apart and down to the earth, becoming a pile of wood. These are uncommon, but due to the nature of falling apart after being seen, there are groups that take extra early walks in the woods to witness them before anyone else can. So the end result is the vast majority of people just see random piles of sticks and logs around the park. But yeah, that's the fun of Tullymore. It's an ancient place with so much mystery included, and that's without getting into what happens just behind Tullymore. I had the personal pleasure of travelling to places best not travelled to, and experiencing things best not experienced whilst on Duke of Ed. If I went into all of the details, I'd just be baiting, but suffice to say, it's something I may talk about in the future, and something that I've been looking into and researching on off, for about 10 years now. I was visiting my uncle, who I'll call Tom, my male cousin, who I'll call Lee, and my uncle's daughter, who I'll call Blair. Blair was around the same age as me, and we were playing in the living room of my uncle's home. Lee was in the kitchen washing dishes, as Uncle Tom was at work. Blair and I heard the door knock, and Blair went to answer it. There was no one there, and we went back to playing. Lee asked us what it was, like that his girlfriend, or who I called Deb, was getting us food for dinner that evening and she was staying over. We said it was no one. And it was a few minutes before the door knocked again, to no one there, when Lee answered it thinking it was Deb. We just thought it might have been local kids playing a prank on us and didn't think much of it. It was later when Deb arrived home with the food that we all sat down to eat. Tom was also home and asked if we had taken his cigarettes, to which we said no. I asked Deb if she had heard the knocks, and she said that she often heard them when she stayed over. We all ate dinner that night worried, and Tom found his cigarettes half smoked on the couch. He found that odd. Blair and I shared a room that night, and it was around later I can recall when it happened. Blair came over to me and said, "Why has the boy got blood on his face?" I freaked out, and I asked her to show me this boy. There was nothing there near the closet she was pointing to. Tom came in to see what we were doing, as we were making noise and told us to get back into bed. It was then that the closet door swung open, and 2 VHS tapes. Tom grabbed us and woke up Lee and Deb, and we all slept downstairs. The knocking started again, and it annoyed me all night. Tom's dead now, and years before his death, he also told me that his cigarettes went missing and all showed up on a boy, sitting on the couch smoking a cigarette with blood on his face. Let's just say, Tom gave up smoking soon after. Whoever this boy was will remain a mystery. I really don't know how to start writing this story, but I'll tell you from my point of view. I was on my summer vacation, night was starting to fall, and I was laying on my couch, and on my couch I could clearly see my front door. Just as I was about to fall asleep, I heard my dog's footsteps entering the house, and then a loud boom. My door closed suddenly. The weird part of this isn't the door closing, that's what I see. Even though I'm a skeptical person, I clearly saw a full dark man wearing a red striped shirt, closing my door quickly. The figure only appeared for a split second and moments before my dog entered. Somehow, it was waiting for him to enter. When I say a complete dark person, it's Black Knight stuff. Void vibes, you know? And the day was pretty calm, no strong wind. Even the light wind wasn't tracing a piece that can easily close my door. Although I wasn't feeling scared, I was quite calm, even though I clearly saw a human-shaped figure in my house, as well as my dog. He didn't even bark, he just came to me and fell asleep. At first I was 100% sure it was a misunderstanding. Maybe the colour of the figure was my hair that looked in front of my eyes, and the stripped-down red clothes could be the background. But it wasn't. That wasn't the first time the thing came to my house. I'm not prepared to write the rest of the story. I need to confirm a thing first. If anyone has any knowledge of Candomblé and its gods, maybe you can help me who find was this thing. I live in a large apartment townhome building in the San Francisco Mission District. There were approximately 30 to 40 units of single-level and two-story townhomes. Each unit has a large front and back area. A side window on the upstairs of my unit faces a back courtyard of a quadrant of about 6 other homes. This incident happened in 1995 when I was about 16 years old. It was around 4 a.m. in the morning and was raining very hard. I was cleaning my room. Yes, I was one of those kids who didn't sleep. And suddenly heard a kid crying outside. I wanted to catch and stop this child abuser. Following the cry, I went outside my bedroom and peeked out a side window where I thought the cry was coming from. Remember, it was raining really hard at about 4 a.m, so everything was naturally pitch black. This side window faces the backyard of another quadrant of homes. I think there were 1 or 2 lampposts, but everywhere else was pitch black except for a space in front of where I was looking. It was an oval-shaped glow that stood about 20 feet in front of me. I swear that's exactly where the cry came from when I saw the glow. I stared at it for about 2 seconds and released the curtains. I was so scared that I went into my mom's room and turned on the lights and just stood there. My drowsy mother sat up on her bed and asked me what's wrong. I was only able to mumble, "Baby crying outside." It took her a minute to understand what I was saying, but when she finally did, she got out of bed and went to the window with me. But when she was about to look out the window, I stopped her. I was so scared that I didn't want her to see what I saw. For some reason, she listened and didn't look. We both went back to her room. I was a grown-ass kid, and I had to sleep with my mother that night. The cries continued as we laid in her bed. She was hearing it too. I told her that that's what I heard before I looked out the window. As the cry continued, it started sounding like the cries of a cat. She finally said it was just a cat crying. I think she was trying to make me and herself feel better. I don't remember the rest of the night or the conversation. The next morning, she tried to remind me that it was just a cat. I remember telling her that I was 16 and I know what I saw despite what it sounded like later. She didn't say anything. Till today, I don't truly know if she believes me or not, or thought I totally misheard what I heard. Even though I agree that it started sounding like a cat, I still can't deny what I saw. I regret not letting her look out the window. Perhaps we could have clarified at the moment whether it was really an apparition or just a glare from the lamppost. It's been so many years that I even doubt what I really saw. Unfortunately, I'll never know what it was. A little backstory before I begin this long journey. I'm a 28-year-old female who lives in a small part of New York. I grew up an only child of my grandmother and step-grandpa. I've encountered paranormal activity for as long as I can remember. The first encounter I ever slightly recall was when I was 3. My grandmother was in a car accident that left her knee broken and unable to walk up the stairs to sleep in her room. Instead, she slept in the room we called the den. It's filled with Jesus and angel decor everywhere, scattered in with some Elvis Presley, of course, because, grandmas. Anyway, I wanted to sleep with her. I don't know if I had always had a fear about that house, or if I just wanted to stay by my grandma. It's hard to remember much from so long ago. She agreed to let me sleep on the floor at the foot of her pull-out couch's bed. I woke up at some point in the middle of the night, screaming and crying. My grandmother sat up and turned on the light to see a handprint across my face, like I'd been smacked. All I really remember is waking up and crying. She told me after she turned on the light, some force pushed her down and held her there. To quote her, she said, "You won't get the best of me, you son of a bitch." And she sat up, just like that. From that moment on, I hated that room. The den. It was the darkest place I'd ever felt, even with the light she kept on in there 24/7. Throughout my adolescent years, some small, strange things would happen. I recall the chandelier in the dining room swaying. My child-sized rocking chair would rock on its own. The sound of footsteps walking up the stairs. And of course, the feeling of dread walking by that den and always feeling like something watched me or followed me as I ran past the den and up the stairs. A specific event I remember was a night my friend came over to stay. We were playing with some of my porcelain dolls, probably around the age of 8 or 9. I was playing with my favourite doll. It was an angel, and she was beautiful. My grandmother called us down for dinner. We ate and ran back to my room to keep playing. When we came back, my angel doll was laying on the bed with her arms and legs both crossed. And if you ever touched a porcelain doll, you know it's not easy to move their limbs. My friend and I became scared and ran downstairs and hung out with my grandma until it was time for bed. Fast forward a few more years and different things happen. I'm now an early teenager. I watch it often, but I put it off to paranoia. I remember once an ex tried to prove nothing was happening when my wind chime in my bedroom swung in circles for over an hour before it stopped. He tried everything to debunk it. He tried to eliminate all the air, but it didn't stop until it was ready to stop, never slowing. Always hitting the same chime, just ever so slightly. He couldn't debunk it, and it made him have some questions. Around this time, the shake started to happen, for lack of a better term. My headboard and bed would shake gently. My mirror on my dressers would shake. Again, just lightly. One day when this happened, I had a friend over. She stayed the night. We shared a bed, and I awoke the next morning to my bed shaking very lightly. I thought it was my friend, and I asked her. She had woken up before me. She said it wasn't her, that she thought it was me, but looked over and I wasn't moving. She sat there for almost an hour while it just shook like it always did. At this point in my life, I'm almost used to all the paranormal activity, but it still did cause me to become scared, just not enough so that I ran away anymore. Well, one specific night, I was alone. The entity was shaking my bed. Again, lightly. It kind of scared me and kind of annoyed me. I decided to yell at it and tell it to stop because I couldn't sleep. So it started on my dressers and would shake those instead. I got freaked out when it kind of listened to me and went to my grandmother's room. She was sleeping. I just sat there and watched TV, but being near her made me feel safer. It then started shaking my grandma's dresser mirror and her headboard. She had necklaces that hung from both and would clank with every shake. I finally got really mad at it and I said, "Knock it the fuck off before you wake my grandma up." After that night, the bed shaking stopped for a long time. Actually, almost all paranormal activity did, although I never did shake the fear of that den. Fast forward about 10 years later, I'm now an adult, about 21 or so. I have this boyfriend who becomes very sick and has to stay at the hospital. Our relationship had become rocky during that time. I have my own apartment now. Some small 2 bedrooms for me and my son, who was about 2 at that time. I'm expecting my neighbour and her friend, a man, to come over and hang out. I went to check on my son in the shower. We didn't have a tub. And he was fine. But as I walked away back to the living room, it was like an efficiency. So I think it was a very small place. As I'm walking back, I hear a man say, "Hey!" It was a deep, loud voice that seemed to want to get my attention. I looked at my door to the outside as that's where the sound was coming from, but I never heard a knock, and I didn't see a shadow near my door, so I decided it was best not to freak myself out, and they'd try again to get my attention if it was them. My son finished his shower and went to bed, and my neighbour came over about half an hour later. She knocked, and I invited them in. I asked if they had been up once, and I failed to answer. She said no, so of course I had to tell them what had happened. They seemed to believe me, and we shared some stories at that point. This was the first social interaction from a spirit I'd ever had. This time in life was a struggle, mentally and financially. Things were changing fast in my life. After my boyfriend and I broke up, I played a lot of online games just to have some adult interaction. One night, I'm on my mic and my friend says, who was that?" I was like, "What was that?" He says it sounded like someone screaming really loud. I didn't tell him the story of the man saying "hey" at this point, but I chuckled and said, "Was it a man?" To which he replied, "Yeah," and my heart sank straight to the pit of my stomach. A few days after this incident, I was again gaming. I heard an extremely loud crash in my kitchen. It gave me the heebie-jeebies and I refused to go look. I didn't leave my bedroom for the rest of the night for anything. The next morning, I went out to investigate and not a single thing was out of place. Super creepy. Shortly after all this, me and my ex broke up like 100%, and he's all moved out. He's out of the hospital and went back to his mom's. I was distraught that it was actually over and lay in bed crying. That was the first night I felt that soft shake of my bed. Only this time, I wasn't scared or creeped out. I felt this overwhelming feeling of comfort and like I wasn't alone. This is the part that makes me feel whoever this is has attached itself to me. The shakes happen for a couple weeks and then subside, and they haven't happened again since that night. I'm 28 now, as I said in the beginning, but just because the shakes have stopped does not mean I haven't experienced anything new. I now live in this house that's over 100 years old. It was a major fixer-upper, and we've put a lot of effort into making it halfway decent. By the way, I should tell you it's now me and my fiancée who've had a child together, bringing my total to 2 children. Anyway, I would show people around even the areas that weren't finished. One acquaintance came over one night after we had gone out together, and she started weirdly smiling as I was showing her my new home. We're in a gross part of the house that has not yet been renovated. I asked her what, and she explained that she could sense things that people couldn't see. She told me I had a woman in my home who liked me, like she thought I was really cool, and she wanted to protect me. It was a weird sensation to have someone tell you that. I don't have a lot of family members that are deceased, so I have no idea who a man or woman could be. I did ask if she could sense a man, but she said no. My fiancé hated upstairs and being up there alone. He said he always felt like someone was watching him and that they didn't like him. One night, I remember renovating the stairway, and out of the corner of my eye, I swear I saw a man in a blue shirt. I thought it was my fiancé, even though he'd already gone to bed and fallen asleep. I jumped before I even looked to confirm anyone was there. But when I looked and there was no one, I quit painting for the night and headed to bed freaked out by the incident. Other small things have happened in this house, but I've never been super scared of them. For instance, a tapestry I once had hung would just wave in like a sequence, but it was an old house and I chucked it up to that. However, the other night, maybe a couple of months ago, I'm walking back upstairs to go to bed after my smoke break, and as I'm walking through my living room, I hear a whisper, "Hey," long and drawn out, not like the first time. It was a whisper, but this creeped me out really bad. I called my dog and we ran upstairs together. I told my fiancé about it the next day, and he also thought it was super creepy. I also hear these random whistles, always the same whistle that no one else can seem to hear. I almost forgot to tell you guys about them, but I've been hearing them for about 4 years now. And it makes me feel pretty crazy when at 4 p.m. midday, I hear a whistle and my fiancée can't hear it either. Sometimes I still wonder if it's really happening or if I'm batshit crazy. But I figured it would be fun and a good release for me to tell the whole story. A good summary of it at least. There's things I've missed for sure, but I thought I'd share key components of what I remember to be the most unusual moments. So we moved house into my dad's house in 2012, and we definitely all agreed that there was some type of ghost or spirit among us. We all had our own interesting stories, but it didn't become clear until about 2015. My older brother just moved out, so I moved into his room in the basement. This is usually where we felt weird things or had weird encounters. But I wasn't worried and just tried to push it away. Then one night, late in winter, a picture on our mantel fell off and shattered all over a brick fireplace. The problem is, we have no idea how it fell. Since we live in Colorado, we didn't have the windows open, so a draft did not blow it over. At the time, we had no pets, so it couldn't be them knocking it over. It had been on the mantel for a while at that point, so we were extremely confused. The part that got me was that it was my mom's picture on the mantel. My mother passed away when I was a young kid, but we always kept her picture there. I immediately became convinced there was someone or something else in the house. We didn't have many other experiences for a while, until last summer. My girl and I came home around 10 p.m. Everyone was in bed, and the house was dark and locked up. We made our way downstairs and went to sleep. I had to get up around 5 a.m. to go to work. I get up and go upstairs to get some coffee, and I noticed a candle was on in the living room. Since it was still dark, I could see the flicker of the flame. I immediately became suspicious because I was the last person in bed, and I knew the house was dark. So, I turned the corner to look for the candle, and when I first saw it, the candle went out and I saw smoke rise from the wick. My heart was racing at this point. It's early, but it got me so scared. So I went over to the candle and it had completely burnt through the side of the candle. Wax had spilled all over the entertainment set and it made a mess. I had to leave fairly quickly, so I made sure it was burnt out and then I left. About an hour later, I called my dad, who would normally be getting up, and told him the whole story. He proceeds to tell me that they couldn't even get that candle to light the night before. We were both pretty shocked. There's a possibility that the candle was barely lit and proceeded to gain momentum in the night, but I have no explanation as to why it went out right when I turned the corner, or how that picture fell off the mantel. I had some weird times. Not sure if they can be explained or not, but here we go. When I was 17, I went to live with my dad. It was a difficult time because he was suffering with mental illness. A part of this, after he was discharged from hospital, was that he wanted front door type locks on all the doors in the house. So you needed a key to get in any room. I worried about it if there was a fire and such, but it comforted him and helped him feel secure, so I went with it. Anyway, my room always made me feel creepy and uncomfortable. Little weird things would happen, like I would be reading a book at night, drop it down by the side of my bed when I fell to sleep. When I woke up, it would be on my drawers on the other side of the room. Or I'd be listening to music and suddenly the power cut out or the radio would suddenly change to another station. Sometimes I would come home from school and things had been moved around in my room. But I just thought maybe my dad has been in there, so didn't make a fuss. Then something really odd started happening. I had a big rug in the middle of the room, and in the morning when I got up, the rug would have moved a little, like it had been dragged. I thought nah, at first, I'm imagining this. But night by night, it kept happening, moving further each time. One time, it was curled over by the wall. Obviously with my dad, I didn't want to escalate his mental health by mentioning these things, just putting it down to my own tiredness or stress. So I rearranged my room, putting my bed over the rug. Feeling satisfied that my rug couldn't move, I dropped off to sleep soundly that night, but awoke to my bed being jerked. I woke up absolutely terrified, switched the light on, and the rug had been dragged out from under the bed. Now, there was a lock on that door. There was no one in that room but me. As scared as I was, I didn't say or do anything about this. Just rearranged my room back to how it was and tried to ignore any other weird stuff that went on. I left at 18. Fast forward to a few years ago. My dad was clearing some things and asked me to help. Some of my stuff was still there. The bottom of my wardrobe I came across a book. A really old book written in 1937 on divination. I had never seen it in my life. I asked my dad, "Hey, what's this?" And he was like, "Weird. That was here when I moved in. I thought I threw it out. Is it yours?" Still always on eggshells with him, so I was like, "Yeah, maybe it is mine." Took the hell out of there. Gave it to a friend of mine who lives in paranormal stuff. But for me, I'm glad it's out of that house. If I see my dad, he comes to visit me. Even as a grown adult. Nope, I ain't staying at his place. In 2016, I moved into a new house that was built in the 60s, but is completely gutted and redone. It's about 3,200 square feet. The garage was converted into a bedroom, and it's a quad, i.e. 4 floors with small staircases that lead to each floor, and sits on about an acre of property. The house has a security system. It's padlocked at every entrance, and we have a 90-pound pit bull who'll run to the door or windows at the slightest sound. I had my first and only kid in 2017, and the events started happening after he was born. Both my wife and I have had the experiences, but they've never once happened when we're together, only alone. She is not a ghosts are real person at all. Around the time my son was born, my wife and I started spending more time apart, because if one person went out to be with friends or travelled for business, the other was at home watching the kid. All sorts of loud noises started happening around the house when I was by myself. The first I can recall was when I was laying in bed upstairs, after putting the kid down. A crashing sound came from the kitchen that sounded exactly like pots and pans falling and breaking. So I went down there, but none of them had fallen or broken. I brushed it off, but Anubis, the dog, aka Newbie or Noobs, didn't run down with me, and that was out of character for him. The cat was in my room as well, so she didn't cause it. There was literally no explanation, so I went back to bed and said, fuck it. Then this kept happening. At least 10 more times I heard unexplainable noises. Some were louder, some not so much. Most were thumps or bangs, but never pots and pans again. I'm 6'5" and 230 pounds with a big dog. Not the kind of guy who worries about someone breaking in. But there were 2 instances that freaked me the fuck out. The first happened when I was laying in bed. Underneath my room used to be a garage, is where I kept my drums, and that room had a loud banging noise that lasted for at least 5 seconds. The best explanation of what it sounded like was someone taking a baseball bat and hitting a plastic trash can as hard as possible. It wasn't the drum set, because I have an electric set in that room, and neither the set or the speakers were on. To add to that, Newbie did nothing. Not a thing. He gave me a weird look and went back to watching TV with me. Again, really out of character. I have no explanation, but I can tell you I was freaked out. The loudest sound came a few weeks later when I was again in my bedroom. There were 2 back-to-back thump sounds coming from my office, which shares a wall with my bedroom. No exaggeration, it sounded like a guy my size pounded the wall with his fist twice as hard as possible. Like hard enough to break the drywall. I look at the dog and he gives me this fuck that face and pushes his face into the comforter. I'm shaking with this weird feeling I can't explain, and the main reason is again, the dog should be in that fucking room before and not laying his head down. I'll say this, I'm an avid believer in ET life. I've seen a UFO. I've done my research and I don't question it. My wife takes a neutral perspective on it by saying, I believe in aliens already pushes the "you're weird" limit in our social circle, so I've never brought it up or talked about spirits beyond death with her and ghosts. However, after that night, I had to say something to her, and it turns out she's been having the same experiences with the same sounds, but like me, only when she's alone. We both agreed it's probably the house or whatever, so we laughed it off and haven't discussed it again since this day. Here's the thing. It's not the house and nobody can convince me otherwise. The sounds are too loud to be the AC or plumbing related. I am familiar with the setup. Some are too specific, i.e. pots and pans, to be anything other than what they sound like. And after 20 plus combined experiences, they only happen when we're alone. Because the bumps and bangs are so different in noise created, I cannot identify one specific thing that could offer a rational explanation. Here's when it got a little weird. My drum set had the majority of the room facing my back, and I faced a corner in the room with no visibility behind me. This room used to be a garage and was converted. A few months ago, I started getting this weird feeling when playing. It could all be in my head, but I'd be sitting there playing for an hour, and all of a sudden, it felt like someone was standing behind me, staring at me. It would happen suddenly, enough so that there was a time I took my headphones off, I listened to the drums through them, and yelled out loud like I had just scared myself by jumping out from behind the door. Some of these experiences happened when my wife was home because I ran up to her and was so nervous I spent the night next to her, meaning I watched TV when she did, went to bed when she did, etc. This could all be in my head, but it was such a vivid feeling that I took the whole set apart and rebuilt it to face the room. A cumbersome task I did not want to do at all. It allowed me to have my back in a corner of the room with nothing behind me. Here's where it got very weird. My wife is gone and I'm putting the kid to bed. Normally, I close the door so no light comes in, but I had that same weird feeling of someone being there. So much so that I kept the door open and turned the light on in the bathroom so I could see the hallway. First time I ever did that. The dog was next to me. The cat was not. As I'm rocking my kid back, a shadowy figure that stood as tall as me walked across the doorway and into the bathroom. There were no facial features, but clearly 2 arms, 2 legs, in a walking stance, and a human-shaped figure. I have no additional explanation on what it looked like because it was quick, and that's all the info I can provide. Again, newbies, I'm supposed to be tough ass, didn't move, just stared. I sat there and analysed the entire room, and there was no explanation. Because the cat was not in the room, I decided that the most reasonable, although ridiculous explanation was the cat walked in my kid's bathroom, which she doesn't. It's a splash zone of water, and created some sort of weird shadow while kind of jump walking on her feet to make a human-like figure to explain why there were arms. The only issue with that is a horizontal shadow like that could only be created if the cat walked between the wall and a light facing it, which she didn't. The only light was coming from the ceiling in the kid's bathroom. I watched the entrance to that bathroom for another 5 minutes without breaking eye contact at the bottom of the entryway to see if that cat walked out. Even as I laid my kid in his bed, I didn't divert my eyes. I decided that if I walked into that bathroom and she wasn't there, some crazy shit was going on. The kid goes down, I walk in the bathroom, and the cat's not there. I look to find her, and she's in the basement laying on the couch where she spends the majority of her day. If she walked out, I would have seen and heard her, as she does make a sound going downstairs, especially when things are completely quiet as the kid is falling asleep. A few weeks ago, I was alone for a few hours and got that same feeling. I went into my kitchen and said out loud something along the lines of, "This is your house. I'm just a guest, as buying the house doesn't mean I own it, except in my world. I have no issues with you being here, and I'm not looking to create issues. I'm only looking for peace and understanding." Something like that anyway. I haven't had any issues since, but I haven't been alone enough to test that it worked. First, some background. A few weeks ago, I was on vacation alone in North Carolina and was staying at this Airbnb in the middle of nowhere. It was nighttime and the area was very dark and remote. Add in the fact that I was, for some reason, watching some creepy ass Nexpo videos on YouTube at the time, and I ended up in a very skittish mood. That being said, even if I wasn't, this experience would have freaked me out. While lying in bed and relaxing, I was texting this girl I'm seeing when suddenly my phone rang. Now, I generally answer phone calls, even from unknown numbers, if I'm not particularly busy. So without looking too close at the number, I answered the phone and said, "Hello?" In response, all I got was crying. By crying, what I really mean is a hysterical bawling. Really, all I could pull from the voice was that it was female, and she was clearly troubled. I tried repeating my hello and asking if she's alright, but all I got was more crying. It lasted about 5 seconds more, then the phone hung up suddenly. This absolutely chilled my blood and left me paralysed with fear. The crying was haunting. I just sat there for a while, then tried sending a text to the number, but I got an error message which is characteristic of trying to text a landline. It was at that point that I noticed the phone number had the wrong number of digits for a US phone number. However, the number was in my call history in no particular format. Just a sequence of 12 numbers with no dashes anywhere. The experience really stuck with me, messing up my groove for the last few days of my vacation. Partly because it was just plain disturbing, but also because I didn't have the courage to call the number back. Honestly, it still leaves me a little uncomfortable at night, even though I'm now home and surrounded by people I trust. I'm open to any suggestions about what the hell this was, or any comments at all. Like I said, I'm sure the actual explanation is quite mundane, but maybe someone will enjoy digging into this a bit. When I was in high school, my best friend, let's call him Tyler, lived a few houses down from me. We hung out at each other's houses frequently and spent a lot of our free time together. Both of us had experienced different things I can only label as supernatural or otherworldly. So much so to the point that we would often tell each other things that had happened to us growing up or recently. Things like seeing people that shouldn't be somewhere, items around the house moving with no logical explanation, hearing things or voices when we were alone, etc. Typical things for people who had tuned into those sorts of things. Well, Tyler's house for some reason seemed to be a hotspot for these occurrences, as well as our neighbourhood in general. Where we used to be a huge farmland close to a century ago. In fact, there's still a barn left on one of the properties. At some point, there was a fire in the barn that killed a couple people. I didn't know about that until after I was told the barn was on fire and could hear screams coming from it. I went to get an adult. I would have been around 10, maybe 11, and when I turned back around the barn, it was back to normal. No sign of smoke, people, anything. A week after was when I learned that there had been a fire there. Anyways, I'm getting sidetracked. At Tyler's house, doors would open and close themselves. Showers would turn themselves on. Lights turning on or off. Random items dropping off of counters or shelves. Things like this happened so much that even his skeptic family acknowledged it happened, but they never really said or thought anything about it. If they did, they never mentioned it. Tyler and I always felt as though whatever was causing everything lived in the basement, which sucked because after his older sister moved out for college, he moved into her room down there. One summer night, Tyler and I were in his backyard having a bonfire, just hanging out and talking. We started it about an hour before sunset. Everything was normal. We were talking and joking and laughing. We had to keep quiet because his dad had to wake up practically in the middle of the night for work, and his window faced the backyard where we were. When the sun had just set on the horizon, we noticed someone in their kitchen window. We didn't give it a second thought, assuming it was his dad getting water from the sink. Neither of us said anything to the other, but we knew each other had seen him. A few minutes later, we see his dad in the French doors to the back deck staring at us. At this point, One of us said something about how it was weird he was awake. That's when we looked closer and noticed that we couldn't make out any features other than a basic outline of a male adult, around 6'3" or so. We then realised that it definitely was not his dad. As I mentioned earlier, things like this were not abnormal for either of us. We silently agreed to ignore it so it would leave us alone. We've seen what happens when you acknowledge them. A few minutes later, the figure is gone. About 5 minutes later, we hear what sounds like footsteps walking behind us. And I don't know about him, but all the hair on my body stood up straight. We both knew what it was, since it couldn't possibly be a person. There was one gate to the backyard, and we were facing it. And we would also have seen or heard someone coming from the French doors on the deck. Again, we agreed not to acknowledge it. It would go away, we thought. And that might have been true, but that's not what happened. I don't know if it would call myself a full empath, but I'm very sensitive to people's emotions that I'm near. Out of nowhere, I feel someone else's anger. Rage like I'd never felt before. The only word I could use for it would be hatred. I looked at Tyler to see if it was coming from him or if he felt it too, and he did. When I looked at him, he told me, "Ignore it. Don't talk about it." I tried to do just that, and did for about 30 seconds, when we both heard the footsteps moving from behind me to behind him, maybe 20 feet away. After that, we heard them walking from behind him back to behind me, this time 10 feet away, if even that. This is when I started to feel sick to my stomach and nervous. I was afraid it would hurt us or taunt us somehow. I did my best to ignore it, but then I looked back at the fire. In the corner of my eye, I saw the figure from the window again, but this time in the yard with us, about 15 feet away from me, near the corner of the fence, just standing there, not moving one bit. I got Tyler to look too, and he said he knew that it was okay. He was trying to keep me calm, I guess, hoping it would just leave. I shut my eyes and tried to slow my heart. That's when we heard a sigh, practically in the middle of us. At that, I jumped up from my seat and started yelling. I said, "Go away, leave us alone. We don't want you to hear." Tears were welling up in my eyes. Tyler stood from his chair and grabbed me. He guided me inside the house and we went down to his room in the basement. I told him that I was so scared because I knew that thing wanted to hurt him. And I knew that at that moment at least, it absolutely had the ability to. I didn't know how, but I've no doubt it would have been severe, if not permanent. Earlier that day, before we went to his house, my parents told me I couldn't stay at his house that night because we had church in the morning. I was never one to break a rule, talk back, or pick an argument with my parents. They always treated me with respect, so I did the same to them. But with everything that happened upon how certain I was that this thing was going to hurt him, I called one of my dad and told him to get my mum on the line. I told them something close to this. "I'm sorry, but I'm not coming home tonight. There's something here with us and it's angry. It hates Tyler and it's going to hurt him if I don't stay with him. I'll make sure I'm up and ready in time for church, but I'm not leaving him tonight." My dad fought me on for a minute, which I anticipated, but that's why I asked him to get my mum on the phone too. Whatever ability it was that Tyler and I have, my mum had it too, but 10 times stronger. She was tormented with visits as a kid, and as an adult, she'd had dozens of spirits come to her for help. Point is, I knew she'd understand. And she did. She helped me convince my dad it was okay for me to stay with Tyler. In 2004, when I was 14 living in Phoenix, Arizona, my family was going through a rough time. My mom left my stepdad for a new guy, and I went to live with my grandparents for the summer. My grandpa could see I was a bit depressed, so he packed up the car and took me and my cousins on a trip to Disneyland. We had a great time and I made memories I'll never forget. On the way back though, I saw something that has never quite sat right with me. As I type this, the hairs on the back of my neck are standing up. We were somewhere between Anaheim, California and Phoenix, Arizona, but on the California side of the border, late at night when, Over the mountain range, I noticed a huge, bright, blinding light. It was as bright as a few football fields is the only way I can describe it, but way too high to be lights on the ground. The mountains were super high, so it had to be in the air. It definitely wasn't a plane, because it was too bright. The oddest part of it all was that it was completely motionless. I can't remember any sort of formation to the light, but that it was so bright. It must have been suspended there for maybe 2 to 5 minutes. It wasn't a long time, but long enough for me to stare at it for a bit. As the road turned, the mountain came between us and the lights. Then suddenly they turned off and there was only darkness. I kept asking my grandpa, "Did you see it? Did you see it?" As a joke, he pretended to be possessed by something and talked in a scary voice. Then he laughed, and my cousins did too. They didn't talk again, and it was almost like they didn't really consider it significant. My family is a bit simple, I guess. They're not big critical thinkers. I've tried to bring it up over the years, but they brush it off. So this happened a few years ago. I was at my father's and his fiance's place, rather a ranch, for a week, and we were all still shaken from her dad's passing. He had a stroke in the middle of the night, and she found him in the morning when it was too late. So we celebrated his life, talking about him and looking at photos, etc. He wouldn't want us to be sad, so we tried not to be. After some barbecue and drinks, we called it a night, and I was to sleep on a couch in the living room. It was connected to his room where we passed, and I didn't want to sleep there. No way. So I went to sleep on the couch. I woke up in the middle of the night because the TV was on. I rolled over and I saw him sitting in his armchair with a cigarette, and he looked at me with a comforting smile saying, "Sorry, I can't sleep." I said, "Don't worry, I'm a deep sleeper." He was watching his favourite cowboys riding horses. He loved horses and even had one. He was always wearing a cowboy hat. I rolled over and then it hit me. He passed away a week ago. I made myself roll over again and he was gone. TV still on with the same channel. I wasn't really scared. He was always kind and smiling. That hard guy who's always liked nothing going on, even if he's hurting like hell. I was happy to see him one last time. Did he just come to say goodbye? To this day, I like to share the story to give some spooks, but it really just makes me smile and happy. I was around 12 years old, and my friend and I were in the mountains. I can't recall the name of the village, situated in the Czech Republic. We were on a hike and stumbled upon an old military station or bunker, just left there after World War II. We went home for flashlights and came back just before the sun was out. We went in, and it had like 2 or 3 floors underground, maybe more, with a 40-meter well full of frozen water on the ground floor. We decided to go and explore. The first floor was nothing unusual, just empty concrete spaces. We went down another floor and I saw some things on the ground. Looked like dead rats from a distance. He was like, "Okay, they died because of something. It was great, let's go." I laughed it off and went to take a closer look. They were bats, about 10 of them, just laying down dead. They weren't violently smashed or anything, no blood, as if they were just sleeping, not even rotten or decaying. I poked one with my leg, the thing just rolled over. I started to get a little scared, but eager to explore more. My friend was basically half the stairs up at this point, nervously laughing, saying, "Yeah, we should really go. I have a bad feeling," or something like that. I was almost pulled to explore more. Half of me knew this wasn't right, but I ignored him and went down again. I was halfway there, and I suddenly got sick in my gut. That feeling that is screaming in you, the adrenaline. I took another couple stairs, shining with my flashlight ahead, and then I saw it. I scanned the whole floor, seeing the stairs that went even further below collapsed. So no getting further down, and as I looked across the room with my flashlight, there was a spot that it couldn't illuminate. I quickly turned my flashlight to the spot, and there was a standing shadow of a man in the middle. The flashlight just couldn't get through it. It ate all the light. I then realised how cold it got, seeing my breath in the light. I was staring, paralysed. It seemed like minutes, probably 2 seconds. The shadow got a little closer as I blinked. Don't need to say, I bolted like I never did before, not even caring if it was behind me or what was. Just ran for my life. I got to the entrance and my friend was looking at me horrified. I just said, "Fucking run," while going past him. We ran for like 5 minutes, then confirmed we were alive. When we got home, he told me he saw something behind the corner as I ran past him, so it wasn't just me. His father told us the next day that a lot of soldiers died there, and there's even an army museum nearby. So was it a ghost of a soldier or a shadow person? Maybe a demon would kill animals without a trace if it was the cause of death. I'd love any suggestions. I wanted to write about my experiences with you guys that I endured since December 2009. It started with my older brother coming home from the video store, Family Video, with the just released DVD of Paranormal Activity 1. We watched it, it was spooky, and we ended up going to bed after the movie ended around midnight. Within about 10 minutes of turning off the TV, the wall behind us was hit with a loud bang, so much that it made both of us jump out of bed. Now keep in mind that the only other people in the house were my parents and they were asleep. Also, they wouldn't bang on the wall like that at midnight. Sometime after that night, I began to experience vivid black and white nightmares, consisting of me and my home being followed by an invisible entity. This entity's vibe was extremely negative and depressing, and I could feel those emotions while I slept. It was always a terrifying nightmare. About a year later, my family and I moved into a new home in Arlington, Texas. It was a 2-story home like the previous one, and it had a new energy to it. It wasn't long after we moved here that I experienced my first encounter in the new house. It was around 2 or 3 a.m, and I had just gotten off of my Xbox to turn on some music and fall asleep. Before I could even open my internet browser, I heard a clear female laughter from my closet area behind me. I was shocked, scared, but not 100% certain I wasn't losing my mind. So I turned in my chair and asked, "Do it again." The laugh happened again, but it was deeper this time. I was, and still am, terrified by this response because it confirmed to me exactly what I heard. From here, I'll list everything that happened after, which includes multiple witnesses. More laughter, even after nightmares late at night. Laughter has been heard by 2 friends. Went upstairs with another friend to watch Ghost Adventures, and the light wouldn't turn on. We could smell women's perfume, and then we both heard a clear female humming coming from the back of the room. We left. Making a pizza in the kitchen with another friend, and a small toy ball rolls directly towards his feet, and it stops abruptly in front of him, as if it hit an invisible wall. Made both of us tear up, and there was no explanation for the ball to roll so far to him. Had a stuffed teddy bear fly off the washer and dryer as I turned the corner towards it. Did not and could not fall off. My girlfriend and I both heard my mom's car pull into the garage. The garage closed, and she walked inside and asked, "Did you see when Dad was coming home?" Which was weird, because she never asked me to do that. I went into the laundry room to talk to her. Nobody was home. No car in the garage. Nothing. As we racked our brains about what had happened, we both heard my mom clear her throat in the room with us. She didn't come home until hours later. Weeks later, my mom and brother claimed they heard each other asking one another for help, but nobody was there. At one point, I did a cleansing of my house with a 6-hour prayer video, sunlight in the room and sweeping the negativity out of the room. The laughter was almost daily, and everything stopped for 3 months to the day. Then, it came back. So a little background context for this one. Growing up, I had a very vivid imagination. When my family moved into my childhood home, we lived in a neighbourhood that mostly had elderly people. We were the only young family in the neighbourhood for a while. So as a young kid, I didn't really have the chance to make friends, so I mostly just explored the neighbourhood. It was a gated community built in a square shape with a beautiful community garden and picnic area. It was in this area where I made my first friend, who said his name was Fred. He told me his family has been here for a few years and that he's happy to finally have someone to play with. He showed me this old water drainage pipe that made a small little stream in the garden when it rained. Anyways, he said he liked to play there. As a kid, I was scared of tight spaces, so I said I didn't want to go in there. He looked angry and started walking towards me. My mom called out. I ran up the steps that led out of the garden to meet up with her. I told her that I had met a friend my age named Fred and that I wanted her to see him. When we reached the bottom, no one was there. I told her someone really was there. She told me to describe him, so I did. He was wearing khaki pants with black shiny shoes. He had a blue polo shirt tucked in and was wearing suspenders. My mom laughed softly and said that sounds like something kids my age would wear in the 40s or 50s. One of my neighbours heard us and started crying. My mum and I walked over to see what was wrong, and she replied that I had perfectly described what her brother was wearing. She said her family had lived in this neighbourhood when it first opened. Her brother was playing on the storm drain one day when it was raining and drowned. They later found his body in the park and decided to make it into a garden in honour of him. Later that week, she died in the park. When they released the cause of death, it was drowning. The community board closed that park the same year and filled it all with cement and gravel. So I recently moved in with my grandmother, and as I was exploring my old stomping grounds I used to roam as a kid, I found a place that was by far one of the most chilling paranormal experiences I've had in my life. So a little background context to this place. There's this park about a 5-minute walk from her house. There's this park that's maybe 100 feet from a river that runs down the middle of my home state. This park has been the scene of many drownings and other deaths, mostly of children who were unsupervised by parents. Anyways, this park kind of became a local legend in the town. Some say there's a dark entity, others say Lyonra. Anyways, one day, me and a couple of my friends decided to sneak out one night to smoke and drink. So we planned to meet at the park around 11:30 at night. So as I left the house, it was a hot July night, typical for mid-western desert state. As I reached the park though, I couldn't help but notice that it was cold and foggy, and a sudden chill was in the air that seemed to be creaking up from the banks of the river. I met up with my friends and we began to have a small little party. Me and about 6 or 7 others were drinking, smoking, and having a great time. Me and one girl were planning on sneaking off from the others when we heard a scream and then splashing sounds. At first we thought it was just someone fooling around when we heard it again. This time, the screams were louder and more blood-chilling. We looked at the others and everyone was there and no one was missing. We all looked out at the river, hoping to see where it was coming from. But the water was clear. The screams became louder as it was all around us. Screams of help echoed all around us, but we couldn't find the bodies of these screams. We all decided to run from the park to one of my friend's cars. We all got in, and as we drove off, I looked back and swore I saw at least 10 shadows, all the height of children, standing along the bank of the river, with one larger shadow behind them. To this day, I can't even drive by the park without a cold chill running down my spine. Later on in life, I researched who all died in that park, and there's been reports of children drowning in the river way back to at least the early 1920s. What I want to know was who, or what, that larger shadow was. So I've lived in this condo for 6 years, and I haven't had any paranormal experiences. Until recently. Part of me wants to believe I'm being haunted because it makes for a great story, but the other part of me is absolutely terrified of the reality. About a year ago, pre-pandemic, it started. I was hanging out in my room playing video games when I had someone in my kitchen pulling out the chair to sit down. I figured it was my sister and went about my business. Until she called me 10 minutes later and asked me to take out the dog since she'd been out all day and wouldn't be home for another few hours. I told myself it was just my game that confused me. A few months later, I was walking out of said kitchen, and when I turned down the hallway, I saw a figure walk into my room. I swore it was my sister, but when I went to check, there was no one home once again. This time, I blamed my astigmatism. Things got quiet for a while, up until around September. My boyfriend and I keep the TV on at night as we watch Netflix to sleep. I started waking up in the middle of the night to see snow on my TV. I'm pretty positive that I did not even exist in a time where seeing snow on the TV in the middle of the night was a normal thing. My Xbox is set to shut off when I physically shut it off, as opposed to the normal setting, which will shut it off on its own after a long period of time. So I'm not sure how it shuts itself off and turns back onto the normal TV. The Xbox is the only thing connected to my TV. How the heck could it possibly just turn to a snow channel? Where do we even find those? This last month, things got more physical, which brings me here. My boyfriend and I were watching TV and hanging out, minding our own business. I have a picture frame on my wall that holds 5 pictures, and it's been on my wall almost the entire time I've lived there. As I spaced out, just looking around my room, I watched that frame fly off the wall and smash onto the floor. It didn't just fall off the nail. I was cleaning up glass for a while. I never once had an issue with this picture frame. It had not once fallen off the wall. The final straw for me at this point is the cherry on top of the creepy cake. I again was playing video games and had my hair in a half bun, with some hair hanging out. I have long hair. My boyfriend happened to be watching me play when he noticed my hair start moving. I could feel my hair shift, but I figured it might have just fallen out. My boyfriend turned pale and he was like, "Did you feel that?" I said, "Yeah, my hair fell." I was confused as to what's wrong with that. And he then told me that he watched the hair that I had out of the bun lift on its own, as if someone was playing with it, before dropping down. This happened to me and a friend this past summer. We decided to go to a smaller graveyard way out of town, maybe 20 miles or so. He wanted to go to his uncle's gravestone and try to talk to him. We attempted to contact his uncles. We, of course, wouldn't trust any spirit talking to us, and we didn't. So we do what we wish and get ready to go. Start the truck, put it into drive. It doesn't go into drive, and it's not shifting anywhere out of park. Mind you, this is near 2 a.m. or so. We don't think much about it and go about trying to diagnose the issue with the truck without finding any issues. At this point, the spirits in the graveyard are mostly leaving us alone. We called our buddy who was near 40 miles out from us to pick us up. We both suddenly get an eerie feeling and almost can see all of the spirits in the graveyard start circling us. This is the first time I've really felt genuine fear about spirits. Their energy was radiating negativity and was seeing as if it was growing and growing. Our friend thanked the Lord and picked us up before 3 a.m. hit. I wouldn't want to know what would have happened or what we would have seen if we would have been there for 15 minutes longer as the clock hit 3. We ended up getting the truck towed to a mechanic, which said the damage on the line going to the transmission had damage he hadn't seen before. Not normal wear and tear or anything that should normally happen, and this truck was working completely fine just before. I hope this sends a message to some people wanting to mess around in a graveyard at night. Please don't. There was something that was wanting to stay longer until 3 a.m. hit. I'm not sure what they wanted, but I know for a fact it wasn't anything pleasant. I'm 17 years old and have been experiencing paranormal activity and all that jazz before I could even remember, but nothing bothered me as bad as my most recent set of experiences. So me, my mother, my father and my dog moved into a new house built in 1971 on February 2nd of this year. The house is a beautiful 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom with a massive living room and dining room, a large kitchen, a rec room with a storage room, and a basement and a massive backyard. A massive upgrade from our 2-bedroom tiny duplex place. But something is extremely off about this house. Something felt off about it since the first night. February 2nd, 3rd. So around 11ish, my mother helped me move to the couch, a sectional, to be beside each other as an attempt to be a bed. My parents hadn't brought my bed over to the new place yet, so I was stuck sleeping on the couch with Jack, my dog, a medium-sized husky lab mix. Yes, this is relevant to my experience. So he was in my arms and we were laying down. Jack is an extremely cuddly dog and always stays by my side during night time, until my parents wake up, but that night was different. I couldn't sleep because I felt like there was someone, or more like a group of people, staring at me. This went on for what seemed like a few hours before I started to doze off. But before I fell asleep, Jack jumped up and started shaking and whimpering. He had never been the type to fear something that quickly. He proceeded to jump off the couch and run to the basement door and started barking and growling. This lasted for around 10 minutes before he stopped and came back to me, and I fell asleep, but woke up 3+ times. This happened the next night also. February 4th, my experience. My parents had brought my bed to the new house at this point, and I'd gone to bed shortly after they had. But I kept tossing and turning. I felt like I was being watched yet again. But I had managed to fall asleep, or at least I dozed off. But I was interrupted by a sudden sharp pain in my throat and lungs. I felt as if I was being suffocated, but I couldn't move for what seemed like 5 to 10 minutes. When I was able to move, I said, "Frick this, I'm sleeping in the living room with Jack," and proceeded to do exactly that. Everything seemed fine for the next while. My mother's experience. I am beyond tired. Second night in our new home. Funny thing happened to me. I fell off the bed last night. I was dreaming I was trying to get away from the old man, who kept on pulling my hair. That was a weird dream. Being in our new home, I don't feel any spirits. Usually I'm sensitive to them, but nothing, and I wonder where this dream came from. And another thing, my boy Jack is barking at something, but I still don't know what it is yet. So it's pretty self-explanatory, but my mom's never been the type to fall off the bed. February 9th, my mother's experience again. Again, I fell off the bed for the second time. This time I hurt myself. I'm going to have a nice shiner on my left arm. Ouch. Same as last time, but here's another post. I was singing, doing karaoke, and I saw it. Rem, me, saw it too. It was just like a white mist, like a white tornado. I think it likes my singing or hates my singing. My spirit was dancing. I'm not going crazy. I have a friendly ghost in my new home. I'm just praying it's a friendly ghost. This is how they usually start off friendly. At this point, me and my mum had started seeing things like a tall, dark figure, weird mist in shaded areas. Things started moving around, and the back door started being left unlocked, even though I knew it was locked since I checked it 3+ times before I went to my room. This kept happening after this day. Also, I normally stayed up and felt like I'm being watched when I walk around my house at night. February 24th and 25th. This was the worst experience in my life. I was asleep, but woke up around 3:34 a.m. after having a nightmare. I can't remember the nightmare, but I know it was terrible, and I woke up in a cold sweat and shaking. I remember hitting my head against the top bunk of my bunk bed, checking my phone and laying back down. I laid there basically paralyzed, feeling drained, having terribly depressing thoughts. My head was spinning and felt like it was going to explode. I can't even explain the level of dread I felt. My mum woke up around 10 minutes after and I got up. opened my door, and tackled her in a hug before sobbing. We ended up talking for a while before my dad left for work. Then, my mom decided to bless the house using white sage. I'm indigenous, please don't attack me. And sweet grass, which ended in us smudging. I thought everything was okay. Until night hit, I didn't sleep and kept waking up 30 minutes after I fell asleep. Or not sleeping at all last night. I've always been a very deep sleeper. My mom contacted someone to bless the house. So this happened about 8 to 10 years ago, but the story starts 20 years ago and involves several people's encounters with the same spirit. When I was in high school, my BFF's grandpa, Pops, lived with them. He was in poor health, diabetic, in a wheelchair due to having his feet amputated, and just old. But before this, he was a very tall, strong farmer, well known to all the other farmers in the area. So I had met him in person, but with limited interaction. He had a large farm that his son and grandkids now worked, and my BFF's brothers lived in the small house Pops built just a mile down the road. We call it the yellow house because it's yellow. As nature dictates, Pops passed away. My BFF and I grew up. Time marches on. Things happen in the family. The siblings have a falling out. The brothers lose Pop's house to the bank. BFF's sister buys it back in a sheriff's sale and now owns it outright. She cleans it up and turns it into a rental. I've been through a divorce, living with my parents, and I'm finally ready to begin again. They're in need of a tenant, so it's win all round. As I've been a family friend for over 20 years, they're super awesome and let me pick the colours of paint for the house. Previous tenant just moved out, so just landlord duties. I moved in with my 5-year-old daughter, and all is well. The house is one story with a cinder block basement, wide stairs leading down to the basement. The layout is simple and open. Kitchen on one end with a bar and counter open to the dining room, which is open to the living room, just a long rectangle. There's a doorway on the left wall of the kitchen that leads to the basement stairs. Then the fridge, then another doorway to the hallway, where there's a 4-way intersection with a bedroom, bathroom, and long hallway leading to 2 other bedrooms. The hallway was offset from a little area in front of the bathroom and bedroom entrances. There's also a doorway leading to the hallway from the living room. So one of the first things I encountered was in that intersection, and I smelled cigarette smoke at random times. I don't smoke, and the previous tenant didn't smoke. But the brothers did, so I just wrote it off to old dust in the ventilation. When I mentioned this to my sister and landlord, she got a weird look on her face, and I was like, what? She said that when they were painting, she was walking down the hallway, and when she got to the opening to the bathroom, she had a feeling like she was going to run smack into someone, and that she could see the outline of a tall man blocking out the light from the bathroom window. And she threw her hands up to brace for impact, but then no one was there. It was the exact spot I would smell smoke. And yes, Pops used to smoke. She was convinced it was Pops. A month or so later, I'm in the kitchen. My kiddo is in the living room on the couch watching TV, and she yells out, "Mom, stop it!" And I'm like, "Stop what?" She said, "You just smacked the back of my head." Then she turned around to see me, 2 rooms away. I told her it wasn't me. I was in the kitchen the whole time. When I told my BFF about it, she said that what was Pops used to do to her all the time. She also told me that after this funeral, they were all gathered at the yellow house and she went down to sit on the basement steps to have a moment to herself. And she felt him sit down next to her and put his arm around her. She said she knew it was him, and it gave her a lot of comfort. So a couple of years go by. We just talk to Pops and acknowledge him when weird things happen. Nothing bad. He's just watching over us. Then the sister and landlord sells the yellow house to a farmer friend for his young adult son, so they can run the family farm together. The same farmer owned a lot of the farmland around the house already. I move out, he moves in. The cable company sent my return boxes for my equipment to the yellow house. He called, I went to pick them up. He and his parents are there unpacking. We chat a bit, and I jokingly ask him if he's met Pops yet. They all stop dead and just look at me for a few seconds. Then the son tells me that he and some buddies were hanging out just a couple nights before, playing video games and having some beers. They fell asleep in the living room. He said he woke up in the middle of the night and there was a tall older man sitting on the couch and told him to get up and check around the house because there was someone looking in his windows. I said, "Yep, that's Pops." And the dad started laughing because he had known Pops and that it was his house. The son still lives there and the house has recently been resided with boring beige. But to me, it will always be the yellow house and belong to Pops. So sadly, I can't recall the actual date this happened, and every time I've spoken to people about it, it's been in person, so I have no social media dates to trace this back to, but it was likely 2 or 3 years ago from recollection. To start off with the backstory, this was back when Pokemon Go gyms could be redeemable for 10 coins in-game, per gym you were in, once a day. Using this system, I would often go to the local town with the most gyms, Curry, New South Wales, Australia. Usually around 10 PM onwards, when the town was basically dead quiet, so I had no competition and could sweep the entire area. To reach the full 10, I had to get a few on the drive home, and one in the cemetery, which understandably was often left untouched compared to the rest. The cemetery main gates for car access were closed around 6 PM every night, but walking access was always possible. During the daytime, people did go into the cemetery to take the gym, albeit not too often. But at night, as far as I know, I was the only person who was committed enough to venture in. The place was dark as all hell and had no lighting inside. The closest lights being from the houses on the streets across from the gate. Now to the experience. This wasn't the first time I went in. Truthfully, it was probably upwards of my 15th time doing this, as I did it every few nights for a month or so. Night upon night, I would walk to the same spot, or within a few meters of that spot to reach the gym, place my Pokemon or battle if it wasn't held by my team, and leave. Always there for no more than 2 or 3 minutes. This one particular night, however, it was late, around 1 AM, which wasn't abnormal for me. I walked in, stood at the location, pictured right next to a small drain, and battled the gym like usual to take my spot. Suddenly, I had my shirt yanked quite hard downwards, and it almost made me buckle over backwards. Immediately out loud, I just spurted out, "Sorry, I'll leave now," and tried to keep my cool, and just walked out of there quite fast. I did turn around to look back to the spot a few seconds after I said this, and I was definitely not standing next to any tree or object that I could have gotten caught on. Now, I did consider heavily that maybe an owl or some type of bird could have gotten caught on my shirt, but there wasn't the faintest sound to be heard, and this wasn't just some scuffled, tangled feeling on my shirt. It felt like dead on, like someone grabbing a bunch of my shirt and pulling it down hard. I'm medicated to sleep. I don't have dreams. When I do, they're weird. I've been to mediums before. My mother was an empath. I'm an empath, and my daughter's an empath. I've been told I'm a beacon of light, so to say, for spirits. I live in a small town. About 1.5 years ago, a young man was murdered by his girlfriend. She ran him over in a car, split his skull, brains swelled, and they pulled the plug on him a few days later. The girl called 911 and said he had fallen off the garage roof and landed on his head. That's all anyone knew at the time. There was no witnesses but her. The night of the day he was hit and he laid in the hospital with no brain activity, I had this crazy lucid dream that rocked me out of sleep and straight up in bed. I was riding in a car, I think, and then I was outside of the car dying. It felt so incredibly real. I thought I was dying, and my last thought was of my kids. When everything went red and then black in the dream, I woke up. All I could remember was dying, and the colour of the car, white. I found out the next day what happened, that he was in the hospital and he wasn't going to make it. I knew nothing about this situation the night I had in the dream. Didn't know what happened. Didn't know he was in the hospital. Her car is white. The police arrested her about 4 months ago on charges that she ran him over, finding hair and his DNA on the bumper and undercarriage of the car. I want to say he saw me and wanted me to tell his kids they were the last thing he thought of. Again, I never had a dream that seemed so real. It scared me for weeks. And now knowing what happened to him, I feel like I have a message I need to tell his children. Thoughts? This happened when I was young. I think I was about 11 or 12. We had recently renovated half of our basement into a second living room, which was quickly taken over by me, my brother and my sister. I was on my way down there to watch TV or play video games one evening when something peculiar happened. As I was about to go through the basement door, I stopped, noticing the doorknob was turning slowly, all the way to the left, then all the way to the right, repeating indefinitely for the good 10 interrupted seconds I stood there baffled. Then I realized it was my brother or sister being a douche canoe and screwing around. So I quickly grabbed the doorknob while it was still turning and tore the door open to dark stairs and empty space. Of course, my butt clenched shut and I muttered an involuntary, "The fuck?" I slowly shut the door and peered into the dining room. My dad was in there paying bills. I locked the basement door from my side to keep whoever was messing with me locked in the basement as punishment for being a dick and being incredibly stealthy. I went to the living room. Mom was folding laundry. Knocked on my brother's bedroom door. What? Never mind. Knocked on my sister's bedroom door. What? Go away. Okay, so my family was all accounted for. I worked with the courage and searched the basement. There's one door out of the basement, and no way someone could have left without me knowing. I even tried to see if I could get the doorknob to turn by imitating a draft hitting the door. Not that there was a draft. And of course it didn't work, because wind doesn't turn doorknobs. I subconsciously don't look at that doorknob anymore if I go to grab it. That night, I just went back to my room and read a book. So I used to work as a warehouse associate at my local Sears department store. It was a pretty good job actually, in that we had a lot of fun, had a decent amount of downtime most days, and I was friends with all my co-workers. But we used to have some bizarre experiences there. Here's the eeriest for me, personally. We had our normal warehouse in the back of the store, where all the big items like toolboxes, treadmills, appliances, etc. were stored. But we also had perimeter stockrooms, which were small rooms maybe as big as a walk-in closet in most cases. They were always with their respective departments, and typically just held clothes or small toys. There was a central stockroom, though that gave us the creeps. This stockroom was divided into two sections. One section was where we kept our signs, which connected to the storeroom for the shoes. You could walk in from the appliances department and exit in shoes, or vice versa. But there was a chain link fence and shelving dividing the room down the middle. The other side only had one way in and out. This small separate section just held clothes for the children's department. The door for this area was down a short hallway. If you walked towards the door but turned left, the hallway dead-ended at the men's bathroom. When you walked into the stockroom, the wall was on the right, while there were shelves on the left. You had to walk all the way to the end of the shelf, almost to the side of the room, before you could turn the corner and access the rest of the shelves. We often played rock, paper, scissors to see who would have to stock clothes alone in there, as both sections of the room were a bit creepy, what with their dim motion-activated lights. It also didn't help that we scared each other there a lot. The door was heavy and loud, so you always knew as someone came in. Often, when my co-workers walk in, I'd stand on the other side of the shelf and reach through the clothes and grab them before they spotted me. This particular day, I was in there doing inventory when I heard the doorknob turn and click. In hindsight, I never heard the door fully open, but I still instantly prepped myself to scare whoever walked in by standing at the end of the next shelf over. This way, when they turned the corner, I could jump forward and I'd be right in their face, scaring them thoroughly. I saw the top of someone's head, just above the hanging clothes, bobbing as they walked in. The hair colour and height seemed to indicate it was my co-worker Jake, who had gotten me good with the scars just recently. I waited until he was at the end of the shelf and jumped, yelling some nonsense, and instantly shut my mouth. There was no one there, and the door was shut and latched. I stood there confused for about 10 entire seconds when the door opened and Jake actually walked in. He made some quip about me seeing a ghost, then stopped laughing when he saw how freaked out I was. I made sure he didn't somehow come in spite of knowing it was impossible. I'd watched the person walk all the way to the end of the shelves and timed my jump perfectly so that I should have been directly in their way. If someone had turned and ran out, I would have watched them do it and heard the heavy door open and slam shut from the weight. Jake assured me he hadn't come in before now and then paused for a moment, also looking freaked out. He then said, "Dude, Irene actually found a guy dead in this hallway before." Irene was the assistant store manager. Before that, her 12-year tenure included being a shoe associate and then the warehouse supervisor. We found her and asked her about what happened. Apparently, years ago, while she was still in shoes, she'd been walking back to the storeroom I was in when she glanced to her left and saw a man lying supine outside the men's restroom, blue and still. Apparently, on a nice slow day, when there were minimal customers, the poor guy had a heart attack and died in the hallway to the restroom. Irene also told us about a time when she was in the connected shoe stockroom and the lights began flickering, before one of the sliding shelf ladders rolled down the line on its own. So I don't know exactly what I saw in that stockroom, but I know for sure I saw it. And the corroborating experiences and stories from many other employees at Sears only solidifies my belief that it was not any of my co-workers playing some impossible prank on me. I don't work there anymore, but we all had bizarre experiences in the stockroom and warehouse. I made sure to tell some of the newer employees all the good stories before I quit for a different job. I always wonder if anything else strange ever happened there. When I was about 10 years old, I started getting really invested into the paranormal. I played the Ouija board and used many spirit boxes, etc. Around the time I got in contact with one spirit in particular, I was with some friends and her uncle had recently passed away, and his name was James, which is changed for the sake of privacy, which is the person the spirit claimed to be. While playing the planchette began to go in a figure 8, and at the time, we didn't know what that meant. And little did we know, that's where it all went wrong. After it began to do that, we freaked out, and this seemed to piss the entity off. And being the dumb kids we were, we also didn't understand we had to say goodbye, and we got up screaming trying to turn on the light. And to preface, we didn't have the light on, the room was lit with candles. And as we got up frantically searching for the light switch, all the candles blew out at once. So freaked out, we decided to leave and go into the living room with her parents. Later that night, we ended up going back to her room, and while we were in there, we heard a very loud and harsh knock at her door. She yelled, "Yes, what do you need?" And there was no reply. So she walked out of the room and soon realized her parents were asleep. We were all pretty freaked out. Should we try to sleep? And then we woke up in the middle of the night to one of the girls screaming. Once we all calmed down, we saw a huge scratch down one of the girls' back. We all finally went to sleep after a while of trying to calm ourselves down. In the morning, we woke up to her room absolutely demolished. Her clothes were everywhere and so much more. Once we all left her house, most of us continued to experience weird occurrences. They weren't major, but still scary. Fast forward about 3 years, I was still experiencing some crazy shit. Later into the year, my grandma had actually passed, and everyone in my family said my grandmother had waited to see me before she passed. And that's exactly what she did. When she had passed, I was with a friend, and I got a super weird feeling of dread. I had found out the next day she had passed at the exact time I felt that way, which was 10:13. But ever since I felt that, I've not had any paranormal experiences, other than a few very minor things such as knocks and lights being turned on and off. So I was on a paranormal investigation and tour of this lighthouse in my hometown. The building is situated right on a giant lake, so it's no surprise that we had a lot of activity during the tour. Another part that stuck with me though was using some sort of communication device in the basement toward the end of the tour. I don't recall what the device was called, but it used white noise that spirits could manipulate in order to speak. A well-known ghost is that of a little boy in this building. We'll call him D. A lesser-known presence is that of a large man that's been spotted in a particular corner of the basement. Not a very welcoming fella by the sounds of it. So the EMF detector starts going off in that corner, and the lead investigator asks, "D, is that you?" A voice comes through and says, "No." "Okay, this is fine." The investigator says, "Then who is it?" And the same voice comes through, and I shit you not, clear as day, says, "Someone else." I was hoping so hard at this point. So the investigator says, "Well, who is it?" And then a different voice comes through and says, "He's gone." The voice then makes it clear that we were no longer welcome there. And let me tell you, I don't think I've ever climbed a flight of stairs so fast in my entire life. I guess it was kind of a had to be there situation because there were lots of intelligent answers coming through that night. But something about this particular exchange just makes my skin crawl. I don't know if I'll be going back. I was still living at home with both parents and my sister when this happened. It was about 1 a.m. on a weekday, so everyone was asleep. I had woken up when it sounded like a branch hit the roof. It wasn't uncommon for that house, as we had about 12 fully grown pine trees in the backyard alone. As I'm trying to drift back to sleep, I hear what sounds like a person running back and forth on the roof. I laid there, trying to rationalize what I was hearing by telling myself it was a squirrel or something. I've never been a good liar. I listened to it run back and forth for hours before I was able to fall back asleep. I'm not sure why, but I felt like if I got up and moved, whatever it was would have heard me, and I got the feeling I didn't want it to know I was there. I wake up when my alarm goes off and start getting ready for school. Unsurprisingly, I was in a very bad mood as I didn't get a whole lot of sleep. My sister was in an equally shitty mood, and I asked her what her problem was. Only I'm allowed to be mad for a lack of sleep. She told me she didn't get a lot of sleep, and then she got quiet. I was intrigued, so I asked her if she had heard the branch fall on the roof. She told me she did, and I waited for her to ask about the running. She kind of just looked at me and seemed like she was waiting for me to say something else, so I asked if she heard the animal running back and forth. She seemed to be relieved that I also heard that. She told me she had heard it running back and forth for hours and told me what I felt as well. She didn't think it was an animal, and she told me about the sinister vibe she felt which kept her in place, much like it had done to me. We talked about it a bit while before we finished getting ready for school. My mum always took us to school because she was never fond of our neighbourhood and didn't want us taking the bus in the dark. As she's pulling out of the driveway, she's backing out super slow and is looking around at something. I asked her what she's doing and she told me that she's looking for a tree branch. I freeze for a second and then I ask her why. She tells us that she heard a branch fall last night but doesn't mention anything about the running. My sister pipes up this time and asks about the running we both heard, and my mom puts the car in park and looks at us. Her face was very concerned and she asked if I had heard it too. I told her I did and she sighed. We asked her what she thought it was and about the terrible feelings we got while it was running. She told us she felt the same thing but had no idea what it was. We all talked about it on the way to school and eventually went on with our day. When we got home, my sister and I planned to ask our dad about the incident the night before. He finally got home and we pretty much bombarded him with questions as we were very excited and also very creeped out. He got annoyed pretty quickly and told us he never even woke up to the sound of a branch hitting the roof. My sister and I deflated because that meant he didn't hear the running either. We left him alone to go explore outside and see if there were any branches in the back or side yards. There was none big enough to cause the loud crash we heard, and we came up with a theory that it was never a branch at all. Whatever was running on the roof had jumped or fell onto the roof and spent the next few hours running back and forth. We told my mum the theory when she got home, and she went out to look for branches as well. She even pulled out the ladder and got onto the roof to see if we had just missed it. But nope, there was no branch. My dad came out and asked what the hell we were doing, and my mom told him everything. She told him what we all heard and felt, and even told him that she tried to elbow him awake a couple of times. My dad brushed us all off and said we were dreaming, but we all know what we heard. Something hit the roof and spent several hours running back and forth, terrorizing us. We never heard anything like that happen again, but we still bring it up every once in a while and get the same creepy feelings we had when we talk about it. I don't know what it was, and I really don't think I want to find out. When we were kids, my brother was in the room next to mine and we would hear footsteps, like someone running up and down the stairs. As an adult, my mum was admitted that she's heard it since she moved in. My brother was really freaked out by it and used to make me talk to him through the wall until he fell asleep. When I asked what it was, he used to go all shy and say, "It doesn't matter." A few months later, he asked my mum about the boy. Of course, my mum had no idea what he was on about. He said the wet boy and told her about a boy that he spoke to sometimes. He said he used to play out on the street until he fell off his bike by the water. We used to see him sitting talking to himself, but presumed it was an invisible friend. My mum went white as anything. My mum grew up in a house at the front of our street, and when she was a little girl, 1970-ish, one of her neighbours had been riding round on his bike and gone too far. There's an old clay pit to the back of the house and he had fallen in, got tangled in weeds with his bike, and drowned. Something we were obviously unaware of. He eventually stopped seeing the boy, but was never worried about him in the slightest. He did tell me there was someone in the house though, and you would see a shadow move from one side of the room to the other. When my nana died, roughly 6 years later, he very reluctantly came to talk to my mom. He didn't want to upset her, but said my nana came to see him. She told him that she was okay and that her knees didn't hurt anymore. He didn't know she had a problem with her knees and was clearly unsure when he said it. He hasn't mentioned it since and refuses to talk about it because he finds it too creepy. I really wish he'd explore it more. Oh, a psychic told my mum he had a gift too and pointed to the clock. She jotted down the time, and when she got home, my brother's clock had stopped at exactly that time. He's the only person I ever believed in because he was so skeptical of it himself. This was a few years ago when I was younger. I was hanging around with my friends and we liked to walk away from our hometown. We one day decided maybe we should camp and go farther and farther each day. Till on the second day, we reached an abandoned house. It had 2 floors and an attic. We went in for a joke, but we were looking for expensive stuff. We don't know, we were always joking about finding gold and get rich. We were stupid at the time, but when we all met up to go explore the second floor, we heard running upstairs. We all looked at each other to make sure none of us was missing. No, all 4 of us was close. We were scared to death. We decided to grab some weapons such as a broken stick, rusty pipe, or a rock. We check in each room, slow and quiet, till we went by one day and we heard breathing and shuffling. We all got ready to swing. We opened the door till the breathing stopped. The door opened by itself, and there was nothing, just a tight closet. We couldn't even fit in it. Till we heard running downstairs. We all rushed downstairs to see who it was. Nothing again. We decided it's probably a rat or something, but when we were leaving, it was kind of dark at the time. We realized we didn't attic till we all turned around and look at a window. We saw a woman with ripped clothes, hair everywhere. She screamed so loud that it echoed through the trees. We all ran faster than anything. We didn't stop for anything, I'm telling you. We would have ran through trees if we had to, till we were out of the forest. We camped somewhere else, we all made food and went to sleep. When we woke up, we all said to each other what we felt like something was watching us. One of us even said that they thought they heard something walking around the tents. We decided to walk home. We had to walk past the house. We were terrified, but we didn't even look at it. We all heard knocking and banging from it. One of us looked back at the window. We saw the girl again, and we started running. We didn't go outside as much. Well, we don't go near that house anymore. My boyfriend recently lost the place he stays at due to unrelated circumstances. So my parents offered him a room upstairs in their house until he can find another place. The upstairs consists of my sister's old bedroom, moved out, a guest room, a movie room, and a bathroom. It's just my parents living in the house, so nobody really goes upstairs. I go to college an hour or so away, so I visit him on the weekends. I'm going to note before I get into everything that besides one incident, he's the only one that experiences, sees, and hears everything. I know he's not making it up, though, because my sister had the same problem upstairs, but on a much milder scale. Noises, nightmares, and shadows of girls in the dark. And my dad has interacted with these same girls before in the house we lived in the previous to this one. I feel he's either more sensitive to spiritual experiences, or they only interact with him or men in general. The problem started the first few nights when we were both there. He would hear whispering from feminine voices, but he wouldn't understand the words. He would have nightmares in the room where we slept. One of me disappearing, that'll be important for later. He sees shadows of people that weren't there, etc. After locking me in the bathroom as a joke, the shower curtain fell down. This is the first time this has ever happened. When I fell back to sit on the bed, he claimed someone sat beside me. When sitting and talking on the stairs home alone, we heard my parents pull up and close the door to the car. We heard my mother's voice with absolute certainty, talking mid-conversation with my dad. We had an oh shit moment, realizing we forgot to clean up the room upstairs. So we went up to do so before greeting them. When we came back down, nobody was home. There wasn't even a car parked in the driveway. We checked Life 360 and my parents were still 30 minutes away at a restaurant. When in the room upstairs, he saw a girl with my same outfit run past the door. I was downstairs at the time making food. He has nightmares in the room, one of me disappearing. This especially stuck out to me because my sister and mom started having nightmares of me dying or disappearing when he moved into the house as well. As I mentioned, he'll see shadows of girls on the stairway or just in the hall. The closet would close on its own the first week. In one instance, before bed, we said if anyone is there, please close the closet door. Nothing happened at first, but when we woke up it was, in fact, closed. We would hear my voice in his ear when I wouldn't even be talking. That about sums it up. There are so many more instances, but I don't want to make this post too long. Again, as soon as I leave the house, he has little to no experience at all. If I'm even so much on the phone with him, they come around again. All of this started shortly after my cousin was in an accident beside my house. Sadly, he didn't make it. Before we get into it, my cousin was on his way to my house. Then the accident happened, and all of this suddenly started. Let's say about 2 or 3 months after my cousin died, I've been experiencing very weird things going on in my house. The first thing that ever happened was around March 2020. I was sitting in my room playing video games. The door to my room was open. It was late at night. I hear my younger brother's bedroom door open and I hear him walking towards the bathroom. I turned around and I saw someone walk into the bathroom. A few minutes go by and I said, "Are you still in the bathroom?" I didn't hear anyone leave the bathroom, so that's why I asked. There was no answer. The bathroom door was open. I got up and went into the bathroom to check. No one was there, and the door was still open from when I saw someone walk in. I went to my brother's room and checked on him. He was sleeping. He was out cold. I walked downstairs to my mom. My aunt was also at my house. I asked, "Did anyone go to the bathroom a few minutes ago?" They both replied no. I then asked my mom where my sisters were, and she told me that they were all sleeping. Second experience, I was downstairs doing something, again late at night. I was probably getting a glass of water. As I was walking up the stairs, for some reason, I just told myself to record myself walking up the stairs. I got to my room and heard someone calling my name. It came from my mom's room. I replied, "What?" and I didn't get an answer. I went to check on my mom and she was sleeping, so I just went to my room. I showed her the video the next morning. I'm so glad I recorded it, or she wouldn't have believed me. You can literally hear my name being called in the video. There's been a few times when my mom took photos in the house and there's been faces in the photos. She's shown everyone and everyone can see their faces. A few weeks go by, my younger brother and I were home alone. Once again, late at night, we heard a loud noise coming from the bathroom. I heard my brother coming out of his room. I got up and went out and he was standing at the bathroom door and he looked at me and said, "What was that noise?" He opened the bathroom door and the mirror was on the floor. We just looked at each other confused. It also just happened just now. That's why I'm writing this story. I haven't even got up to go and investigate. I'm that scared. Another time, I was home alone and I kept hearing noises coming from the attic along with footsteps. It went on for hours and hours. I had to call someone and tell them because I was that scared. I didn't know what to do. Two months ago, there was a bunch of noise, so I went to check outside. And in the trees there was what must have been about 100 or more birds making so much noise that it sounded like rushing water. And as I watched trying to figure out why, about 30 or more perfect sphere orbs, the size of soccer balls, resembling old Japanese-style glass buoys, began to ascend slowly up out of the trees. I was a bit stunned, not being certain what I was witnessing. So I grabbed the attention of a nearby witness, and then once the orbs had ascended to a high altitude, I finally gained my wits and began filming on my phone. At first, the objects ascended slowly, slower than helium or mylar balloons would ascend, mind you. Almost at the speed of something more like a drone, and I say that because at first I figured it must have been something like a weird drone. Based off of parents for a real-life Terminator-style self-repairing or shape-shifting drone. No joke. That was literally the only technological explanation of any known invention I could muster. However, you know what they say. The military-industrial complex keeps us maybe 25 years or more in the dark on these things. Once the orbs had reached a high enough altitude, they began to reflect much of the sunset light. And they then broke up into two separate, clear, distinct clusters. Or rather, that is, I assume that it was reflection. But it also seems as though perhaps they were emitting their own light. As I stood there, essentially in denial as any logical person would be, I kept waiting for the objects to act in normal manner, such as a group of balloons or drones or any other normal explanation would expect. However, they did not. Instead, the spheres then began to dance or play amongst one another, displaying a marked intelligence or pilot, whether it be drone or remote or within the sphere itself. Or even stranger, that the orbs themselves are sentient. They began doing impossible maneuvers, defying any currently known aerial abilities or physics of any earthly craft we possess. 180 turns, immediate acceleration and deceleration. The orbs then began to form geometric and constellation formations. I then stopped filming to observe the amazing spectacle. The absolute mind-blowing portion of the entire encounter was when I almost mockingly projected the thought of the letter T to see if there would be a mental communication, telepathy, remote viewing aspect. And to my amazement, a portion of about 7 of the lights immediately took the formation of the letter, just inverted. I then ran inside to fetch my actual camera and lens combo, and as I stumbled back outside with my gear, the event had ended, leaving me with 40 seconds of not the best quality footage. So, there you have it. My wife and I recently visited the Ohio State Reformatory in Mansfield, Ohio, just an hour and a half south of where we live. My wife and I are not ghost hunters, and this was the first time we've done something like this. First, a little backstory. My wife is very interested in the idea of the paranormal. Myself, not so much. While I find the idea of ghosts interesting, I was in no way, shape or form interested in encountering one. We're not the slightest bit religious, and we tend to approach this type of thing with a grain of salt, often choosing logic over faith-based accounts. Before this trip we were skeptics. That's not the case anymore. I will tell the story with the forewarning that I know this makes me sound delusional, that perhaps what we experienced wasn't real, or that we experienced what we thought we wanted to experience, and the truth filled itself in after. I plead with you to understand that my observations were genuine, and that I am forever a changed person after having experienced them. It had always been made clear to me that in situations dealing with the paranormal, a person must be open to the experience or it won't happen. Let it be known that going into this prison, I was decidedly unopened to experiencing anything remotely paranormal. However, once you enter, the weight you feel in your chest, whether it's anxiety, nerves, or fear, is heavy and unrelenting. For those who haven't been, the prison is set up as a central bullpen. They call it, with 2 wings of cell blocks on the right and left. I'd later learn they're the largest freestanding cell blocks on Earth and housed criminals of varying levels of deviousness. A 3rd doorway leads to a solitary confinement, as well as 2 individual solitary cells deep in the bowels of the building. Upon entering the basement, the first place we went, my wife claims to have seen a man turn the corner of a wall as we approached it. Upon turning the corner ourselves, there was no one there. I didn't see this man. As a matter of fact, I didn't see anything for the entire trip, but sight isn't the only way to observe those things. Solitary is 2 perpendicular hallways which meet at each end, forming an O, similar to the Ohio State O. It's dark and cold down there, and while we had no more visions, we did experience footsteps. Every step we took, it sounded like someone was matching our steps right behind us, causing us to jerk around to witness our follower, only to point the dim lights from our phones down a dark and empty hallway. Could they be echoes? Maybe. However, their frequency and often delayed echo makes me believe otherwise. Many eerie and bizarre situations later, for the sake of wrapping this story up, came the experience which changed me on a personal level. As we approached the end of the eastern cell block on the 1st floor was a workshop. As we enter, we notice the room stretches out straight from where we were standing, going back into a 2nd room that we can't see into due to the lack of light. To the right, along the wall and behind a steel cage that spans the length of the room, are hundreds of toilets. Toilets all stacked up, perhaps for storage or for repair, back when living people were here to repair them. We approached the toilets and investigated the nearby rooms, when all of a sudden the room became noticeably unvacant. I can't explain the feeling unless you felt it. That feeling you get when you're looking down or at your phone and you just feel someone has entered your personal space. My wife and I, being the only two of our tour group in the room at the time, both froze. As we stood there motionless, the sound of 3 footsteps walking, crunching across the rubble that litters the floors opposite of the direction we were facing, echoed throughout the room. We grabbed each other and looked around, desperate to see another human being, but there was no one there to be seen. We were completely alone. Against our better judgment, we proceeded deeper into the room. At the rear of the room, we found more toilets, a staircase leading to an office of some kind, and a walk-in freezer. While looking around, the same feeling of heaviness rested in my chest. From the front of the room where we entered echoed 3 more footsteps and a voice. Muffled though it was, we both distinctly heard a man's voice address someone else, and the footsteps that accompanied them. It is possible someone from our group entered the room without our knowledge, and decided not to proceed inside like my wife and I. Due to the darkness, we couldn't see them. However, I feel otherwise. It seems unlikely to me that someone would approach the room, look inside and say, "Fuck that. Haven't paid $80 for the privilege to take this tour in the first place." However, unlikely though it is, I cannot rule it out. Despite the skepticism, the feeling of dread and fear in my chest was intense. I felt wrong, and as though I was in a place I shouldn't be. I had to beg my wife to get me out of there. When we did, I had to sit down and catch my breath along the cell block wall. When I was around 12 or 13 at my grandma's house, I saw something that I've nearly forgotten about, and it was the strangest thing. I'm positive, without a doubt, that I was not dreaming. On the 2nd floor of my grandma's house, I had left my room to go get a soda and a snack. Near the staircase, I see this big, fuzzy, fluffy ball, about the size of a large baseball. It was like a light pink colour and had no other distinctive features besides just being a ball of fur with little legs. It was walking. Its destination was down the stairs. I got on my knees to the floor to look at this thing because how perplexed I was that this big ball of fluff appeared to be walking. It goes down 1 step, makes its way down to the next, down further, down a few more steps, as I'm looking from the top, and it disappears after the angle of the rest of the steps concealed it out of view below. I thought it was really, really strange, and I ran to tell my grandma across the hall about what I'd just seen. A few weeks, maybe months later, it's hard to keep track of the time because of how long ago that was. My grandma tells me that she saw exactly what I had been describing. A baseball-sized round bundle of fur with little legs that seemed to be walking away from her as she saw it. She says this was a white ball of fluff, and that while she was cleaning her room, she turned around to see this thing leaving her doorway, and when it turned the corner, it disappeared. My grandma's not the kind of person to make things up like this for shits and giggles, especially with me being 12 or 13 at the time. Another thing to add to the fact that I saw something and I'm not crazy, is I remember later the same year that both me and my grandma saw these weird fluffy things. I was watching a YouTube channel at the time, and she made a video where she discussed seeing the exact same thing we saw. A ball of fluff, I believe she said it was orange, that was walking around and disappeared when out of view.
I'm going to start out with some context. I live in a fairly large trailer park. It's lined with trees on all sides, as well as hills going up on 3 sides, and sadly, isn't a gated community. Anyone or anything can come and go as they please, and it seems to happen a lot since there are 2 main entrances. A walking path entrance, and many, many paths cut into the hills by pedestrians. My neighborhood was relatively quiet when I first moved in over 20 years ago. There were very tangible dangers like shootings, arson, drug deals, meth labs, etc. So needless to say, I'm a little less than thrilled that otherworldly things seem to happen as well. About 10 years ago, I and a few other neighbors noticed weird things happening. I've had invisible things run up on me multiple times, often sounding like a dog or another large animal charging at me. Around Christmas time a few years back, I went outside to take the trash out, only to hear someone follow me, breathe down my neck, and growling in my ear like a fucking demon. Except no one was there. Nobody was caught on my mom's camera. No movement at all except me walking and freaking out. The weirdness seemed to slow down a couple years ago, but now it appears to be picking back up. This happened a week ago. I was taking my trash can to the curb when I heard what sounded like a dog in the distance, barking and howling. That's not unusual around here. There are a few families who either have no control over their dogs, and they either escape, or let them out to roam the park. I know nearly every one, and none of them are vicious. There's a couple GSDs, a few pit bulls, and one particularly stupid and timid chocolate lab. The bark didn't sound like any of them. In fact, none of them are that vocal. Of course, it's not a gated community, so any dog wandering around town can come in. But I digress. Halfway through the yard, the hairs on my neck stood up. The bark suddenly sounded different. It sounded like a dog, mixed with a human pretending to be a dog. When I first exited the house, it sounded like it was almost on the other side of the park. But the further away from the house I got, the closer it sounded. And it sounded like it was moving faster than any dog I've ever seen. Finally, at the curb, it sounded like it was all around me at once and still getting closer. I ran back, and I swear when I got to the door, it sounded like it screamed. My doorbell camera picked up barking afterwards, and it still sounded a bit off, but nowhere near as bad as when I was at the curb. I don't know what it was. My fiancé dismissed it as a crackhead having fun at my expense, and normally I'd agree with him, but the way the sound moved and multiplied all around me, I don't think a crackhead can do that. I've experienced something similar in another town that I lived in briefly. Not the barking, but how strange and unusual sounds seem to move and multiply. Anybody have any ideas or similar experiences? When I was 12, during that time, I often visited my grandmother's house, where she lived with my aunt. It was a large apartment located in an ancient building. Since I was a child, I never wanted to sleep there, although my aunt, very young compared to my parents, always wanted me to stay as we had a good relationship, and often stayed with her to prepare cakes, go out, go shopping, or spend time in other ways. I don't know why, but their bedrooms gave me the impression of having a negative aura or something. They were both located at the end of a long corridor. Respectively, my grandparents' bedroom was located exactly at the end of the corridor, while the one of my aunt's also at the end, but on the right. Anyways, when I got older, I started spending more time with her, trying not to give weight to my instincts, and staying there to sleep sometimes. The oddities appeared anyways. For example, I sometimes woke up at night to find the doors of the wardrobes open, but I always tried not to give it any weight, convincing myself that they were already like this before. One night, however, what finally convinced me to never sleep with them again. I had gone to sleep a little later that evening, but there was something strange in the air that kept me awake. I tried not to think about it, but I just couldn't sleep. After a while, I finally fell asleep. I woke up about 2 hours later, this time without noticing the doors of the wardrobes open. I was still in a state of torpor, but I had woken up with my body extremely tense and looking forward. I had forgotten the light of the lamp. I noticed a strange figure entering on all fours from the door. Initially, she had just looked out the door. Then she started walking towards my bed. But my God, it looked like something monstrous. It was like a rake with long black hair and a face with multiple scratches. At this point, I was terrified, and I started calling my brother by name. I don't know why. The thing became more interesting and was literally climbing on my bed when suddenly he ran away from the door. A few seconds later, my grandmother entered, asking me if everything was okay and noting that I was white as a corpse. Well, what can I say? That night I slept on the couch. So this all started a couple months ago, maybe towards the end of 2021. I used to work at a cafe close to where I live, and one night I had a dream that I was standing in the cafe I worked at, but it looked completely different than how it is. Different paint on the walls, tables in different positions and in different areas than usual. Different workers, everything was just so different, but I could recognize it was the cafe I worked at. I worked there for 5 years, so I knew where everything was. Coffee machine was in the same spot, the fireplace in the same spot with the same couches. In the dream, I was standing at the coffee machine when the barista told me to take a coffee into the side room of the cafe. So I grabbed it and took it over. I woke up and didn't think much of it. Well, a couple of weeks later, the cafe gets bought by someone, and we had a week or two off work for them to redecorate the cafe to their vision for the place. Well, on my first day, I walk in and feel a kind of familiarity about the place and chalked it up to, well, I've worked here for 5 years. It may look different, but it's the same building. Well, at some point in the first week of the new ownership, I'm standing at the coffee machine and the barista asks me to take a coffee over to a table in the side room of the cafe. As I grabbed the coffee and turned to walk into the side room, I had a massive wave of deja vu, but it was so much stronger. If you guys have ever had deja vu, imagine that feeling and make it stronger by about 10 times. I was standing in the exact same spot as I was in the dream. The design looked the same as the dream. Even the workers looked the same as my dream, and that was my first time meeting them. My whole mind was blurry. I couldn't think of anything besides, I've been here. I've done this. Not a feeling of, I feel like I've done this, but the feeling of, I have done this. Next dream I had, and sorry I don't have the exact dates, because I didn't think this would become sort of a regular occurrence. Anyway, now this dream also takes place before the cafe I worked at got bought by someone. I had a dream I was sitting in bed with a girlfriend I didn't even have yet. I knew she was a girlfriend, or at least someone I felt comfortable with because I felt calm, secure, and warm just sitting there on my bed. We were talking about something, and the conversation that led us to the conversation of what porn I watch. I know, weird conversation to have in a dream. We laughed, I told her, and I woke up. I thought it was a bit of a weird dream, because who the hell dreams about telling someone what porn they watch? But I went on with my life. We'll cut forward to when the cafe gets bought. I met a girl there. She was cool. I planned on quitting my job there and trying to find something else with my life to do for work. Well, on my last day, I gave this girl my phone number, and we got to talking, and eventually started hanging out a bunch and getting closer and closer. Well, guess what? We're sitting on my bed, same positions on my bed, same hairstyle, same coloured hair, same smiling, same feeling as the dream, and we were just talking, and eventually, the conversation wound up her asking me what porn I watch. We laughed. I told her, and again, massive wave of deja vu hit me like a truck. Now, it's not weird for someone you're seeing to be interested in the porn you watch, but it's weird that it was exactly how it was in my dream. Next, I'm still seeing the girl, and we've made it official by this point. It's my birthday, and my mother is driving me, my girlfriend, and my 2 best friends to a local pub, so we could drink and not need to worry about someone being the designated driver and needing to hold back their alcohol. I'm sitting in the middle in the back seats, and as we drove past some random tree, I have a massive wave of deja vu, and I ask, hey guys, have we ever been driven somewhere in these exact seats, going this exact direction to this exact pub? Everyone says no. Now this doesn't sound weird, but look at it like this. It's my 20th birthday. I haven't been in my mum's car since I was 17 and didn't have a license when I was 17. I wasn't even friends with one of my friends yet, and I sure as hell wasn't dating this girl because I only met her a couple months before. Next dream, I had quit my cafe job and I was unemployed for maybe 2 or 3 months. I had enough savings and I was just trying to go out as much as I could because I didn't have much time off when I was working. So I spent Christmas and all that with my family and just went out drinking with friends and hung out with them a whole lot. But all of this is besides the point. During my unemployment, I had a dream I worked somewhere with one of my female friends. In the dream, I was standing in the kitchen with her just polishing some cutlery and talking. In the conversation, I said a joke. She laughed, and then I woke up and I just laid there like, why the fuck am I dreaming of her laughing to some dumbass joke? Well, eventually, she sent me a Facebook post about her work hiring, and she told me to apply, and I thought, fuck it. Working with one of my close friends sounds kinda nice. I got the job and started working in the bar. After about 2 weeks, my boss sat me down and told me he was really happy with my work and blah blah blah. Just stroked my ego and then told me he wants to put me into some different departments so he could get me some more hours. I said, yeah, that sounds nice, and he started putting me into the kitchen. Well, after maybe 2 weeks of being in the kitchen, I worked with my female friend. We're standing there, polishing some cutlery and just chatting because it wasn't busy. I said a joke, the same joke as in my dream. She laughed, and again, a massive wave of deja vu to the point where I had to put my hand onto the table to hold myself up. The last time was a couple of weeks ago, where me and my two mates went out drinking at a pub I hadn't been to since I was like 8. I'm not able to drink. Me and my two mates were standing up at the bar, and I got really fixated on staring out the window, behind it, and looking at the beach, and again, deja vu, which was weird because again, I haven't been there since I was like 8. These are only the dreams I remember. I feel like there's more, but I'm slowly forgetting them. Since then, I haven't had a dream about my future. It kind of all happened at once, and I haven't had one in a little while. If anyone knows what this is, and there's anywhere else I can post this, please let me know. I've been interested in the paranormal for as long as I can remember, and have been investigating the paranormal for about 12 years now. I purchased 3 haunted dolls a year ago, and up until now, all has been quiet, except for one incident that happened a few months ago. A few months ago, I was laying in bed, desperate to use the bathroom, but not wanting to breathe the cold. Being the only person in the house, I hear someone, psst, stage whisper style behind me. It takes me a minute to brave turning over, but when I did, there was nothing and nobody there. I have no explanation for this sound. None of my electronics make this noise, and nor does anything else in my house. My cats do not have access to my bedroom or the hallway leading to the bedroom while I sleep. We can't hear their noises from the bedroom, and nothing more until last week. My partner has a cylindrical massage roller. It sits underneath the exercise bike. So we're sitting watching TV, and the roller rolls across the room out of nowhere. Nothing interacted with it. I accept that there's a possibility that it could have fallen, but with how it usually sits, it seems unlikely. It also has never happened before and hasn't happened since. My cats have one of those little balls that light up when something touches it. The last 2 days, it's been lighting up randomly on its own. I hear this can happen when the batteries are low, but this was a fresh ball about a week ago. And today, sitting quietly, scrolling social media, the guitar that sits on its stand across the lounge from the sofa randomly rings out. All cats were sleeping at the time. Nothing was around it to fall and hit the strings. Again, I just don't have an explanation for it. I plan to do some EVP work with the dolls and see whether anything comes of it, but my house also sits on the site of an old hospital and has a church and cemetery just across the street too, so who knows what might be going on. This is super exciting for me, but I'm remembering to keep my skeptical brain on and trying to debunk everything. This might sound crazy, but I'll start from the beginning. A few years ago, my grandma, who was 87, fell down and was brought to the hospital, where they found out that she had cancer and that she didn't have long to live anymore. Problem was, my wife and I had to explain it to my mom and my aunt, knowing that my aunt was fighting cancer at the moment and was in another hospital. My wife and me took all the responsibility for taking care of everything for my grandma, since she almost raised me while growing up, and since she didn't want to stay in the hospital, we got her into a great elderly home, where she felt better in, and it was only exactly 30 minutes away from where my aunt's was. Please remember the 30 minutes. Now comes what started to frighten me. My grandma was getting morphine because of the pain she had, and was sometimes saying things that was somehow not able to explain. Like looking at a wall and telling me my dad was proud of me, even though he died years before. Second thing, my grandma was German and couldn't speak English, and my dad was American, so how could she understand him? Or telling me that she's spoken with my uncle that died a year before my dad died. The doctor told me that it was normal because of the morphine she was getting, but I should act like it's normal and not take her out of her. Like he said little world because she wouldn't understand it. The thing was, her little world started becoming mine in some way. We were by her every day that she's not alone, but we took times to get food or drinks. My wife took her turn, and I was alone with my grandma. She was sleeping and woke up and started talking to the chair next to her and didn't even respond to me being there. I asked my grandma how she's talking to, and she said, Das klein Mädchen in German. That means the little girl. But no one was sitting there, and only my grandma and me were in the room. But somehow I got goosebumps and a cold chill like the first few times, but didn't think much of it. Now comes the part where I started getting really creeped out. The next day, my wife and me were sleeping at home, and I felt someone shaking my leg. I thought it was my wife trying to wake me up to go to my grandma, but when I opened my eyes, my wife was laying next to me. I looked down, and for me, it looked like a little girl around 6 or 7 years old, that looked sad with clothing from what I could tell, late 1940 to 50. Thing is, we have no children. I closed my eyes thinking, okay, you're dreaming, but I felt it again, but more like I know you're awake. Then I heard my wife tell me I should stop wiggling because I'm shaking our bed. And it stopped. I look up again and no one was there. I didn't tell my wife because I thought she would say I'm nuts, and I might have just been seeing things. We went to my grandma, but this time I went to get something to eat, and now my wife told me grandma talked to a little girl that wasn't there. But she didn't want to bother her, and that the morphine is really making her see things pretty bad. I asked my wife if it felt funny in some way, and she said the same as I felt where it happened to me. Later that night, we went to my aunt in the hospital to tell her what was going on, and my aunt told me that because of her medication, she's been sleeping the whole time, but if anything happens, we should tell her. After that, we went home, and I went to take a shower. While doing so, I thought I heard a little girl humming. I looked at the shower curtains, and it looked almost like a shadow of someone sitting in front of it. I washed the soap out of my face and looked, but nothing. I asked my wife after I came out if she was maybe in the bathroom. She said no, but next time I should stop humming like the little girl. I wanted to tell her, but I didn't really know what to say. In the morning, I went and shaved while I was over the sink. So I washed my face from the shaving cream. I went to grab my towel. I was bending over the sink. I turned, and the little girl was looking me straight in my face. I felt like something just took my air, and I couldn't say nothing. I closed my eyes. She was gone. I got out of the bathroom, and my wife asked if everything was okay with me because I looked so pale. Really, what should I tell her that I'm flipping out? I couldn't explain it. Maybe not enough sleep or just the whole situation getting to me. But we got on our way, and when we got to my grandma, the doctor came to us and said she doesn't have that much anymore, and that they can't understand how she's still alive and fighting. Somehow, like she's waiting for something. I went after that to the hospital my aunt was in, and she talked to the doctors that she wants to go to her mom one last time. They gave her a lot of strong medication for her pains, and since she was so skinny and could hardly walk, she got a wheelchair. We took a taxi, and we brought my aunt to her for the first time since my grandma had fallen down. The whole time before that, my grandma wasn't 100% there. But when my aunt came, she was all of a sudden the old grandma like we knew. One thing that got me was there was my grandma said to my aunt, I lost the child. If one more goes, I'm going with. Like I said, my uncle died and it broke my grandma's heart. And what I found out later is my grandma and grandpa had a girl after the Second World War that died young. Because of the flu, my aunt was the second child. We left them both alone. They talked for an hour or so, and we brought my aunt back to the hospital, where we got back to my grandma. She started crying and thanked us still, like we knew her and totally clear 100% normal. We left her that night, and like every day for the last 2 months, I woke up and told my wife I'm coming, so that we can go to my grandma. I turned around thinking just 5 more minutes, but I heard the voice of a little girl whispering in my ear, saying, it's okay, she'll be waiting. The thing is, it didn't scare me. I stopped up like all problems were gone. I went to make my coffee and get something to eat before we left to go to my grandma. 30 seconds after I got up, we got the call that she had just died. We took the city bus and went up to her and said goodbye. My wife said that she looked so peaceful and somehow happy. 50 minutes later, my wife got a call on her phone from a doctor telling us that my aunt died and if we could please come because her husband was totally lost and he would need help. We were shocked by 2 deaths in one day and telling my mom the bad news. We went into the hospital and the same thing again. We said our goodbye to my aunt and couldn't understand it. Later, the doctors told us my aunt died at 9:32 a.m. and we found out later that my grandma died at 10:02 a.m. 30 minutes apart in 2 different places that were only 30 minutes apart by bus or foot. The next day, where I went to the elderly home to pick up my grandma's stuff and paperwork, one of the nurses asked me if I knew a little girl, because on the day my grandma died, she was walking through the hallway where my grandma's room was. When the nurse went to look for the girl, she went to my grandma's room and saw my grandma take her last breath. She looked around really fast, not that the child was in the room, and called the doctor. I said no, but I don't really know what to think about it all. Was it the same girl I'd been seeing, or just a child that was visiting? After both died, I never saw the little girl again, but as I was clearing out my grandma's apartment, I looked into some old pictures and saw what I think was the little girl. I asked my mom, and she told me that it may be my aunt, where she was small, but it could be my other aunt who died at a young age. That's when I found out that my mom had a second older sister, because they all really looked alike when they were younger. I'm into haunted and paranormal stuff, and had crazy stuff as a kid happen, but always thought it was a young kid's imagination. But seeing this still goes through my head, and I'm a grown man now. Did anything happen to someone in here like this? Because somehow I still think it might have been a lack of sleep or just the whole situation, and it just happens that they died 30 minutes apart. My wife says my grandma kept her word and left with the child. Some say my aunt picked my grandma up, and that she knew that's why she kept fighting to stay alive, so that my aunt wouldn't have to go alone. But why did she see things? Was it really the morphine that made her see my uncle, dad, and stuff? Still don't get it. Somehow, it's hard for me to believe it myself. I would talk to my wife. But she would pack our bags and say we're moving out, let's find a new apartment ASAP. She wouldn't even move into a place if she knew someone died there. When I was 20 in the summer, I decided I finally wanted to go to college, and so it happened. After checking different houses on the internet for the whole summer, I was nearly sure that I won't find a house because everything was either too expensive or too far from my college. So my godfather's cousin heard about it, and he told my father if he wanted to buy his house, it was a detached house with 2 apartments next to each other, that nobody lived there for the last 60 years. So my father happily bought it without many questions, even though the house was in bad condition. Fast forward. After fixing the house, my father left for my hometown, and I stayed here alone for the first time. Everything was awesome because I had my place, so I was more than happy for that. After sleeping in this house, I started having weird dreams, and the nights were so cold that I used to wake up and drink something hot. Otherwise, I couldn't continue my sleep. After a month, my sleep was really destroyed. I used to sleep for 3 or 4 hours due to the weird dreams and some weird noises that I heard from the apartment next to mine, like someone knocking the door or a weird low whistle. But the idea of something supernatural was not on my mind, because I don't believe in ghosts or in the supernatural. I believe that anything that dies will stay dead and nothing comes back to life after death. Fast forward. After 4 months, my girlfriend came to sleep at my house. We watched some movies, ate, and we went to sleep. I told her that if she feels cold, she should wake me up. I woke up in the middle of the night because of some weird noise outside my door. She woke up too due to the noise, and she turned the lights on and asked me what the fuck was that sound. And I didn't know what to tell her, to be honest. I didn't want to scare her, so I told her that probably that was the wind, but deep down, I knew that I've heard that sound before. I waited for her to fall asleep and I went to check. I grabbed my phone and went to the next apartment. Nothing was there, so I returned back to my house and fell asleep. In the morning, she woke me up by saying, "There's something strange in your door." I woke up and went to check. Something weird like water was in my door, but the smell was terrible. After that day, everything started being normal. Fast forward. Summer came and I went to visit my father in my hometown. Stayed there for about a month, and I had a few chances to talk with my godfather's cousin. We talked about many different stuff. One of the things I like the most is to know different stuff about religions, and he's a Jehovah's Witness. So after talking with him about his religion for hours, I felt that it was okay to ask him about all the things that happened to me and about my house. And so I asked him about the house and explained to him everything I went through. He didn't look surprised at all. Actually, his face expression was like he knew about all this but avoided to say anything. So after a few drinks with him, it was time for me to leave since it was late. So I said goodnight and went off. While I was driving home, he called me and told me this exact line. "If you want to know more about the house, ask me tomorrow, but be ready for what you'll hear." I was like, yeah, okay. Wasn't very sure what he meant. So I went to sleep without thinking about it too much. The next day came, so I went to visit him again. We sat outside, and so I started with the first question. "So, what's up with the house?" The expression in his face changed. He looked down and said the following. "You know, I bought that house when I was a little older than you. I was a freshly married man, and I couldn't say too many no's to my wife when she wanted something. So we started trying to have a kid whenever she felt that she was ready. But every attempt was a failure. After years of trying, we got tired, and she decided she wanted to adopt her sister's daughter who was born with Down syndrome. I didn't mind at all. She looked happy, and we were happy too, and so it happened. She died 4 years later." I froze for a few seconds, trying to understand what all this had to do with my house being ghosted or some shit. So I asked him directly, "So you're saying that the one ghosting my house is that girl?" And he replied, "I don't know, sadly. That was the reason we left Athens as well, and we moved to this small town." I lost my words, but fast enough I changed the subject of the conversation, and after 30 minutes, I left. Fast forward. The days passed fast, and the day that I had to return back to Athens came. I didn't know what to expect, so I was trying to find a way in my mind to stop all this from happening again. When I came home, I found the same water in the floor, but this time it was coming from my apartment. My father was behind me and asked me what's up with the water in the floor and why it smells like this. But I lied to him because I was sure he wouldn't believe me if I told him about all this. Long story short, he left after 2 days and I was alone again. So the night came and I tried to sleep, but a friend called me to go out for some beers, and so I did. I returned home in the 4 of the morning, and when I was trying to open my door half drunk, I heard something like a laugh, but it was very low in sound, which made me laugh back and go to the bed. The other day, as I was eating, I heard the door knocking. I went to open, and it was a lady dressed in black. She asked me some stuff like how long did I live in the house and if I've noticed anything weird. I told her without thinking, yeah, that was stupid, some stuff, and she asked me if she could come in. I didn't know what to say, so I told her yes with a side smile. She came in my house, and we talked, so I explained to her everything, and after that, I realized I didn't know her name. So I asked her, and she replied, "You can call me Vivi." And she told me that she can help me with this, but I needed to give her the key to open the apartment next to mine. I told her that the door was always unlocked, so she went to check and told me not to come. An hour had passed, and I didn't hear any noise, so I thought it was right to go check. But when I tried to open the door, she came out with a bug of stuff like books, a dress, and some toys. Not sure about the toys. And she told me that everything will be fine from now on, and without any other words, she left. 3 months passed, and everything was normal. But who was she? How did she know about all this? What did she take? Were those the last items of that dead person? Why did she help me? Who are those people? Those questions have been in my mind till today, and I guess they'll stay forever. During my childhood, I would have these nightmares that would terrify me. In them, I was usually running in the woods that were behind my house, a good 2 or 3 acres worth. In those woods was a patch of dead pines. About 30 to 40 dead pines circled about in a 40-yard radius. I would always end up in the area in every nightmare, and always feel pulled towards the center of the mass exodus of pines. In the center would be a pile of deer carcasses, with a single deer carcass from the bottom of the ribs and up, sitting on top, with human hands and eyes of black. This deer boasts giant horns with lots of tines going in each direction. This deer welcomes me as soon as I appear, and speaks to me as if we've spoken many times. The worst part, though, is that I remember the smell of decay and the cold that's put off of this figure. Each instance, we have conversations about life. I ask who it is, what it's doing here, and how I got here. Plenty of times, it responds the same each time. I'm the darkness with no name, and I inhabit this area. You found me, remember? Its voice echoes back. 10 years ago, these nightmares simply became dreams. They don't terrify me anymore, and I seem to look forward to them. The last one happened about a year ago, and I thought maybe posting this could help me fall back into them. I feel like a part of me is gone when they're not around. I don't know what this is. Does anyone have an idea of what I'm experiencing? Is my psyche damaged? Does it all have a meaning? So my mom's side of the family has always been sensitive. Seeing spirits, feeling things, etc. When I was younger, I could see spirits and sense when they were near. I could also feel weight displacement and the like and sense intent from said beings. To say, not all are good or evil. Some are just doing their thing. Growing up, I had trouble sleeping and naturally became a night owl. I could only sleep on my side or I'd get sleep paralysis. I was in my teens that I supposedly was visited to the plains. A forest home, a golden city on a hillside, the dark church, various places. I would also experience with malevolent spirits who would spiritually oppress me. It would happen, and I would struggle and struggle, until I managed to break free. Kicker being, I didn't just break the oppression. I've broken out of my own body. The first time being in Japan, I went to sleep and woke up out of my body. Would keep walking away from it and repeatedly got pulled back by a tether or chain. It got to the point where if I was oppressed, I could at times break out of my body altogether. So this story is one such example. I woke up and felt this immensely oppressive force, sensing something not so good nearby. I fought and struggled and broke free, regaining consciousness near our bathroom outside my room, and has this almost instinctual calling. Something is in the house that shouldn't be. Find it. This was not the first time, and I had learned prior to catching my spiritual breath. It is very similar to being physically pinned. It's exhausting. Moving forward, I went to my roommate's room. I looked around and saw this 7-foot-tall grey humanoid. It was just staring at him as my friend laid flat on his bed. But when it took its eyes off him and looked at me, My friend shot up in his bed, 90 degrees sitting. The thing then transformed and tried to shoot past me, but I intercepted it and wrestled it. I woke up in my body then, and the next day asked the roomie about it, being intentionally vague. He had told me he woke up abruptly at the time, said morning from an unpleasant dream or something. I've had many such experiences in and out of my body. Always that same instinct, get whatever it is out. All my life I had, and luckily still have, the constant feeling that someone is watching over me. Otherwise I wouldn't be here writing, and I think this is why I'm sensitive about certain events. Anyway, when I still lived with my family, we had a dog, Toby, a mischievous little guy. One afternoon, the two of us were home alone. He was in the living room, sleeping in his favourite armchair, and I was in the bathroom drying my hair with a very noisy hairdryer. At a certain point, despite the noise, I heard my name called by a child voice, loud and clear. I turned off the hairdryer. I was puzzled because even if my parents and my sister had returned, we were all adults. The house was in complete silence, so I turned the hairdryer on, and after a few minutes, I heard the same child voice calling me again. It was so loud that I started thinking it was in my head. I put the hairdryer down, determined to check the house this time. I opened the bathroom door, and I found Toby sitting outside with an annoyed expression on the muzzle. With the same attitude, he entered the bathroom and lay down on the carpet. I checked the house, but we were still alone. So I asked Toby if he called me, and he turned his back on me, still annoyed. To this day, I can't help but believe that he got bored and found a way to connect to me, to open the door, and that he was annoyed by my slow response. But the thing that oppressed me most was the child's voice. It was beautiful, and the fact that he called me Mary, just short for Marion. I still find it moving, but maybe I'm only crazy. When I was young, I stayed in a 3-room flat with my family. I've never actually seen a ghost or anything, but I've heard one before. I think I was 14 years old at that time. I had just returned from school and no one was home. It was bright outside. I threw my backpack on the floor and headed straight to my room, wanting to use the computer. In my room, there were built-in cupboards just beside the door, and the computer was all the way at the farthest end of the room. It was a small room, actually. So like I said, I dumped my bag and headed to my room and went straight for the computer. I squatted down in front of the CPU, and just as my finger was about to hit the power button, I distinctly heard a loud whisper coming from the cupboard. It sounded like a child's, and it said, "Let me out." It was very quick and loud, too loud for me to ignore or dismiss it for something else. I was scared as hell. I froze there in front of the CPU, with my finger still hanging just in front of the power button. I froze for about 15 seconds. I didn't even dare look sideways to where the cupboard was. I silently counted down to 3 and ran the hell out of my room. I remember sitting by the front gate until someone came home. I didn't tell anyone about this, though. I have a sister who claims she can see things. I say this because there's no way for her to prove to me that she can see, and I don't want to entertain her shenanigans. Maybe she can, maybe she can't. Who can say for sure, right? So anyway, ever since we moved to this house, she claimed that there was a ghost of a small girl who carried a teddy bear and liked to be in my mom's room, apparently. I never saw or had any slightest spooky feeling, so I didn't believe it. In my room, we had a double-decker bed at the time, and in front of that bed was the study table where I was sitting one night doing my homework. My sister was sleeping on her bed behind me, so my back was facing the bed, right? And if she rolled onto her left, she would face me, and if she rolled to her right, she'd be facing the wall. So there I was, doing my homework. I suddenly heard my sister say, "She's beside you, you know." When I turned around, my sister was awake and was just looking at me, or my general direction, and I just gave her an annoyed look because I knew who or what she was referring to. She went on to say, She's just standing beside you, watching you. Needless to say, I told her to off, to which she turned around and went to sleep again. We've since moved to a bigger flat, and I've never experienced anything here, but my sister has claimed to see my doppelganger a few times. Maybe I'll keep that for another time. I live in England in a two-story flat, and I've always believed in the paranormal. But my dad does not believe in any type of ghost or anything paranormal. I never thought that this flat was haunted. However, as I got older, I started to feel uncomfortable by myself, and I saw shadows downstairs at the corner of my eye. Now, there's an attic directly above our second floor, but there's no way for us to enter it if we cannot access this flat. The only way to access this attic is by having this key using the attic to this council flat, which is above all my neighbours' houses. However, the attic above my flat is the only one which is blocked off, and there's no way to enter it. I have the last flat on the end of these 18 council flats. There are no neighbours above us, just the attic, which no one can access without that key, and they would still not be able to get above our flat. One night about 2 years ago, all of the family was in bed, and it was about 3 a.m. All of a sudden, we heard something crash above. It was so loud that it woke all of my family up, and we all got up and stood in the landing together. Then, after that bang, we heard 3 loud footsteps, and the sound of something being dragged behind these footsteps. It was so scary, as we knew that nobody can physically get or be up there. My dad was not convinced it was a ghost. Somebody somehow got up into the attic. So we went outside to check if the communal attic door was open. I followed him outside, and it was completely locked shut with heavy chains around the lock. I tried to explain to him, how can there be anybody up in our part of the attic who's blocked off to get into? Came back into the house, we were all quite shaken up. But I was quite young and was able to get to sleep. But I was awake all night and found it hard to sleep. This experience, I started to smell an old cigarette smell every time I entered my toilet, and it smelled so old. After the event, me, my brother and my mum were going away on holiday, whilst my dad had to stay here and work. He told me he slept with his headphones in and he didn't listen to it by himself. So tell me, what those noises were. The family, we still have no idea what those noises were, and since then, we've heard many strange noises. I used to live with my ex in a 2-bedroom house with her kid, stepson, and our kid. It seemed to be a very normal house, nothing eerie and no weird feelings in the house, until it became dark. We spoke to our neighbour about who used to live in the house out of curiosity. He told us it was an older guy, late 40s, and his wife the same age. They were both alcoholics, which was evident as when we first moved in, there was wine and beer bottles all over, hidden in the overgrown grass. He then told us the man had died in the house in the front bedroom upstairs, our room. Later on, his wife died in the hospital. He said they were very argumentative with each other and never seemed happy to be together, but carried on anyway. So the first experience we had was not long after we'd moved in. It was my birthday, and the ex had got me a dad mug from our kids. I used it all the time. It was my cup for my tea. One day, we went up to her mum's for a few hours and had dinner there. We came back, got the kids to bed as normal, and went down to relax with a cup of tea and some TV. I wanted to make tea, but my cup wasn't in the normal place. I searched and searched the full kitchen, but it had genuinely vanished. The next day we woke up, and there it was, sitting right in the middle of the floor in our bedroom. We most certainly would have noticed it going to bed with the light on. Nights started to become a bit more eerie after a while living there, with the odd noise but nothing to properly spook us. Then one night, there was a loud bang downstairs. I got to go and check. I heard a pouring and dripping noise in the kitchen, and I turned the kitchen light on and the full tub of oil had been tipped over, and the lid had been opened. I thought that was kind of strange. Then it became a bit more obvious in trying to get my attention. Whenever I was alone in the house, I would hear chatting coming from upstairs if I was downstairs, and vice versa. The chatting also sounded like it was two people almost arguing, with the tone of the voice, but I could never make out what was being said. One night, me and my ex were in bed as normal, and had nothing at all happen that night until the morning. I was sleeping, and all of a sudden I couldn't breathe. I felt myself struggling for breath, but couldn't breathe at all. My eyes shot open, and I even felt it, almost like two cold hands on my face, one covering my mouth and one over my nose. Fair to say, I was wide awake and woke up my ex and told her straight away, and with everything happening, she believed me. During all this, me and my ex were arguing as well. We weren't getting on at all, and I don't know if us arguing and creating a bad atmosphere or energy fueled what was going on. A little backstory for more context. I live in a small town with around 300 people. At that time, my grandparents, my mom's parents, who lived next to us, left the town to go to the funeral of my grandma's brother. The drive until there is like 4 or 5 hours long, so my dad drove them. Now at the house, it's just me, my mom, and my aunts, and my 3-year-old cousin who came to visit, and we're spending the night. Around 10 p.m., my aunt calls my uncle and asks him if after work he'll stop at our house and spend the night too, or is he going to continue on the road and go home? My aunt and uncle live in the next town, around 30 minutes from us. He tells her that he doesn't know yet, but we'll call her. After this, we continued chatting and laughing at my cousin, who was making silly faces. At some point, we move into our parents' bedroom because they have a huge bed that fits 4 people easily. So now we're in our parents' bedroom with the TV on, some cartoons to my cousin. We're laughing really loud and generally making a lot of noise. Now for the next part, I have to add that the walls in my house are thin, and from my parents' bedroom, you can easily hear the front door open and close. If you really want, you could talk to someone through the wall. That's how thin it is. We're laughing, and the TV is on, but for a couple of seconds, everyone is quiet. There's no reason for this to happen. It just seems that the conversation died out at that moment. In this moment of silence, someone knocks on the door. The knock was so clear and strong that I could hear it like it was next to me. We think nothing strange about this, and my mom gets up thinking that it was my uncle, who decided to spend the night and simply didn't call. Now mind you, it's almost midnight, and my mom has a really weird fixation with this hour. So generally, she doesn't go to open the door immediately and instead stays in the kitchen doorway and calls my uncle's name. From the bedroom, I can hear my mom talking, but no one answers. I lock eyes with my aunt, and we both know that's not my uncle. My mom comes back into the room, albeit a little bothered by the situation, because she's a very spiritual person. But we laugh it off and say that it's just my grandma's brother that came to visit. When my grandparents and my dad came back the next day from the funeral, we told them our encounter, kind of laughing it off. My grandma then says that she and her 2 sisters shared a room for the night, and they too heard a strange knock on the door. Honestly, I don't want to believe it, but it wouldn't be the first time strange things happened to us. This event occurred back in the beginning of October 2019. I don't know if it was actually paranormal, but it certainly creeped me out. A little backstory. A branch of my mother's side of the family moved from Illinois. They were actually all immigrants from England, to the Pacific Northwest county I currently live in, back in the 1880s, to work in the mining and logging industries. At least 3 subsequent generations of the family moved here at the same time. A number of these family members were buried in a family plot in a historic, large, and still active cemetery on a hill, overlooking the town I lived in. There were a total of 5 people buried in our family plot. My great-great-grandfather, I.B., was buried in 1911. My great-great-grandmother, E.B., married in 1927. My great-grandfather, N.B., buried 1940, son of IB and EB. My great-grandmother, DBB, buried 1991, wife of MB. And my great-great-aunt Sadie, real first name, buried 1902, aged 12, daughter and youngest child of IB and EB. Now to my story from October 2019. I was riding in the passenger seat of my husband's truck. We were driving to my husband's brother's house. We were passing by the cemetery. I have a great interest in my family's history, so I've done a good deal of research about them, and that's how I know where many of them are buried. The family plot is located about 25 feet in the cemetery's fence, and about 30 feet from the road that passes by the front of the cemetery, the road we were driving on. The plot is marked with a large headstone and has the surname carved in large letters, facing the road. It's very easy to spot. There are some bushes along a portion of the fence line of the cemetery, but they're not present where my family plot is located. On this clear October afternoon, as we were passing my family's plot, I looked out my window as I always do if we're going by. I was surprised to see someone sitting on my family's plot, facing the large gravestone. I turned my head and body to see her as we progressed down the road, and I got a pretty good look at the back side of her. Saw her for around 10 to 15 seconds, I'd say. The road's 25 miles an hour, and I would say my husband was going about that speed. It was a small female in a long off-white dress with some ruffles on the shoulders. To me, it looked old-fashioned, like something that would be worn by a girl or woman during the late 1800s. She was sitting with her knees pulled to her chest, and her forehead was resting on her knees. I only saw her left arm. It was wrapped around her bent left leg. Her brown hair was long, and as far as I could tell, it was lying loosely down her back. I caught a glimpse of what I think are black boots on her feet. She didn't move at all while I was looking at her. I asked my husband if he saw a girl in the graveyard. He said no. He had been concentrating on the road. I told him that I saw a girl sitting on my family's plot. He just grunted and said that was weird. I thought a lot about it on the way to my brother-in-law's house, and while we were visiting, we took the same route home. By that time, it was dark out, so I couldn't see anything in the cemetery. It wasn't well lit. My mind went straight to Sadie, who died as a preteen and was buried there. She could have been around the same size as the girl I saw, and during her life would have worn something like what the girl was wearing. Never seen an image of what Sadie actually looked like, so I was fully creeped out by what I saw. It could very well be a living person dressed in Victorian-era clothing. That does seem more likely, but it's odd and kind of creepy nonetheless. I find it far more disturbing that there was a living person using my family's grave as part of some dress-up game than for it to be a ghost. I'm the only one in my family that's descended from these people that lives in the entire county. Thinking about Sadie does make me a little sad. Sadie died so young. Child and infant mortality was very common back in 1902, and it was very sad. I have no information on what she died of, sickness or accident, etc. When I was a kid, 5 to 7, I lived in a house with a shadow person I called the Void Man. It only appeared in the laundry room and would stand in a doorway and stare at me, or poke its head around the door frame to peek at me. I'm not a religious or spiritual person, so the few people in my life who I've told these experiences to are surprised that I would ever say that I saw such a thing, or believe shadow people could exist. I'm a logical person, and I do consider myself a skeptic, even though I know what I saw and I know that it really happened. Maybe it's just that I tend to be skeptical about most things. I will, as briefly as I can, describe a little history of the house, and the changes my family made to it because I believe it applies to what I experienced. I'm originally from a small farming town in Washington state. My parents bought a ranch-style house in this town in the early 1980s, and we lived there until 1993. The house was built in the mid-1950s and was known as a party house in the 1970s when my parents were in high school. My parents did a lot of work on the house as it was a little run down when they bought it. There were many holes punched in the walls and doors. The original hardwood floors were in rough shape, and the family room and original master bedroom had disgusting, torn brown and lime green shag carpeting. The original master bedroom also had wood paneling on the walls. We tore out all the paneling and replaced the horrifying shag carpet with vinyl and new carpeting and renovated the bathrooms. The main change that my parents did to the house was they added a new master bedroom to the back of the house and converted the old master bedroom into a large laundry room / sewing and crafts room for my mom. The new master bedroom was added on the other side of the master bathroom from the original master bedroom turned laundry room. I mention all this because during college, I mentioned what happened in this house to a friend of mine who was really into the paranormal. And he suggested that the renovations that my parents did, in combination with it being a former party house where there had been drug use and possible violence, stirred something up. So, one side of the house was set up as follows. From the front to the back, family room, the new laundry room, the master bedroom, then the new master bedroom at the back. The kitchen was to the right of the family room if you were facing the door to the laundry room and could be partially seen from the family room. So now to my experience. I do not know how old I was when I first saw it, or how old I was when I last saw it. I lived in the house until just before my 8th birthday. I was between 5 and 7 years old, that much I know. I mostly saw it when I was in the family room. It would stand perfectly still in the doorway from the family room to the laundry room. It seemed to be staring at me, but it had no eyes. It was a pitch black void in the shape of a human. There were no discernible facial or other body features on it. It was a body with a head on top. The outline of the body appeared to be slightly fuzzy or misty. I would say it was over 6 feet tall. I would just stand there and stare back at it. I felt frozen and didn't know what to do or say. I felt like I couldn't speak if I wanted to when it was there. I remember feeling a sinking feeling when I saw it. I have one distinct memory of staring at it in the doorway to the laundry room, and I could see my mom working in the kitchen. She was standing at the stove and could have seen it if she had turned her head to her right. She didn't notice it. I named it the Void One at some point. Staring at it was like staring into a deep void that would swallow me up. I don't remember feeling fear exactly. When I saw the full shadow person, it was more that I couldn't feel anything. That wasn't the case for the other way I'd see it. It would like to peek its head around the door frames at me. It would do it several times in rapid succession. That would terrify me. I think that was its intention. I would usually go running off to my room or go find my mom. I would only ever see the Void Man in the laundry room, never in any other room in the house. I only ever saw the full body of the Void Man from the family room looking into the laundry room, but it would peek its head out at me from both of the laundry room doors, the one leading into the family room and the one leading into the master bathroom. If my parents ever saw anything, they've never mentioned it, and I've never mentioned it to them. I'm sure there are those of you that will say, you were very young, you must be remembering wrong, or you made it up at some point and then it became real to you over time. I wish this was the case, I really do. But I remember the Void Man very vividly. I know that I saw this thing, whatever it was. We moved out of that house in 1993 and moved into one we had built. I've never seen anything like what I did in that house ever again, but the experience has followed me for my whole life. I'm nervous about open doors and what I might see on the other side.